Chapter 3059, Failing with Every Attempt. Chapter 3059, Failing with Every Attempt. Yun Xiang was very confident, arriving before the Grand Array, and took a step in. The Grand Array did not have the slightest activity. Following that, she took a second step. There was still nothing happening. Third step, fourth step. Yun Xiang stormed the formation naturally and smoothly, without the slightest sluggishness. Compared to when Yi Yuan challenged the formation the previous time, it could simply be said to be unstoppable momentum. When Zhang Hexin and the rest saw the situation, they were all overjoyed. These few months of hearts, H.I. plus P finally exchanged for the hope of victory. Impressive. Impressive. It's still a hegemon-level heavenly formation master in the end. Her strength is indeed not for show. Hegemon Yun Xiang only did not detect it previously. Once she realized that we're situated inside the heaven formation, this place indeed can't stop her. Yi Yuan, that boy is going to be in misery. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world's shock. He was still writing and drawing, thinking about something. Uffed. A gust of palm wind attacked. The thing that Yi Yuan was drawing was directly erased. Yi Yuan's thoughts were naturally interrupted too. He frowned and looked at the arrival. Who could it be if not Zhang Hexin? Zhang Hexin had a cold smile on his face, and he said, "Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now, you're still putting on an appearance? You've already lost. Talking nonsense with him. For what? Kill him at once." Kong Hai followed closely behind and said in a cold voice, "These few days, Yi Yuan did not go easy on tormenting them. The number of times he made them storm the formation was much more than Yun Xiang. In the end, Yun Xiang already comprehended the formation, but Yi Yuan did not have any leads yet. They already found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye in the first place. Now, it was naturally avenging grievances, if there were any, and taking revenge if there were grudges. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hexin and said with a light smile, "This subformation isn't that simple. Behaving like this now, be careful that you guys won't be able to clean up the mess in a while." Kong Hai sneered and said, "Yun Xiang has already cracked the formation. What's there to clean up still? Boy, this seat has found you displeasing for a long time." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Then you might be even more unhappy in a while. No matter what, you all can't kill me right now, because I'm the only second choice. Killing me once Yun Xiang fails. None of you can get out. If you all are so confident in her, do it." Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and made it look like he was at other people's mercy to be cut up like fish. With this, Zhang Hexin, two people hesitated instead. He snorted coldly and said, "Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. Yun Xiang will succeed in storming the formation right away. At that time, it will be your death." Yi Yuan shrugged, indifferent to it. This subformation was not that simple. He had not even understood the changes involved up till now. Yi Yuan naturally would not underestimate a hegemon-level heavenly formation master, but he was certain that Yun Xiang had most likely walked into a misunderstanding. This subformation was designed extremely ingeniously. There were several areas that were very easy to mix up. It was precisely because he was not sure that Yi Yuan made Zhang Hexin and the rest storm the formation many times. It was not that he had the intention of toying with him, but Zhang Hexin and the rest naturally felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately targeting them. Of course, he could not be bothered to make them understood either. Yi Yuan naturally had his reliance to dare pick a fight with Yun Xiang. He fused the origin seeds of myriad Tao. A very large portion of them were all Labyrinth Divine Palace disciples. Among them, there were origin powers that were quite similar to heaven formation. Yi Yuan guessed that the original master of this origin seed should have a significant relations. H.I. plus P with hegemon's 7-way. It was by relying on precisely this origin seed that Yi Yuan held superior advantage in the heaven formation than others. Although Yun Xiang was formidable, she wholeheartedly sought speed, falling into mediocrity. Those few places that were easy to make one be confused were not that easy to discover. Boom. Before Zhang Hexin's voice faded, Yun Xiang was directly blasted out. Heavily wounded, the expressions of the 6 great hegemons changed wildly. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Yun Xiang failed. What's going on? Zhang Hexin asked. Yun Xiang frowned heavily and said, "It seems like somewhere is wrong. Let me deduce it again. Relax, I've already completely comprehended this subformation. It's not difficult to crack it." One sentence made everyone settle down. "Okay, whatever help you need, just say it. You can't lose this battle," Zhang Hexin said with a solemn face. After all, it was the #1 killing formation. Mistakes were naturally allowed, but the face of hegemon realms could not be lost. In this battle, they could not lose to Yi Yuan no matter what. Yun Xiang was a little stunned, but she still nodded her head and said, "Okay, I'll reorganize it again." Hence, she buried herself in work again. But Zhang Hexin felt that there was a burning gaze looking over toward him. Turning his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Motherf! You, see, cur, this guy was right again. Humph! Brat, don't get smug. She merely ran into some trouble. The general direction is correct. Just you wait to surrender." Zhang Hexin gave a cold snort and no longer cared about Yi Yuan. He could not afford to lose this face. And this time, Yi Yuan started taking things easy and simply crossed his hands and stopped comprehending the formation. "What's the matter? Yi Yuan wouldn't have given up, right? Even if he doesn't give up, the chances of winning aren't high either, right?" Hegemon Yun Xiang also said that she has already fully understood it. Yeah, although she ran into some trouble, the results will definitely be her being successful. Yi Yuan's speed is still too slow. Everyone started discussing in whispers when they saw the situation. In a blink of an eye, another half a month said. Yun Xiang naturally could not dispense without tormenting Zhang Hexin, they all a few times. Then she went to storm the formation again, with overflowing confidence. Zhang Hexin and the rest pulled themselves together once more, secretly cheering Yun Xiang on. Boom! Who knew that before long, Yun Xiang was blasted out again. This time, it was even more miserable. The expressions of Zhang Hexin and the rest changed wildly, hurriedly going up to help Yun Xiang up. "Are you all right?" Zhang Hexin asked with concern. He was not on very good terms with Yun Xiang. There were some grudges, but being united against outsiders at this time, he was naturally concerned. This time, half of Yun Xiang's body was blown away, rather miserable. Recovering would not be that easy as well, but Yun Xiang did not seem to have heard it, and was full of confusion as she said, "Impossible! I've already deduced it dozens of times. It's clearly not wrong. Why? Why is it like this?" The expressions on the faces of the 6 great hegemons were very complicated. Without turning around, they already felt a series of burning gazes. "Failed again. It's okay. We have plenty of time. Again." Zhang Hexin encouraged. Yun Xiang did not say anything and nodded her head. After nursing her wounds for a few days, Yun Xiang finally recovered a little and started studying intensively again. But unfortunately, she came out badly injured each time. Furthermore, each was more severe than the last. After attempting for 7 to 8 times like time, she finally could not hold on anymore. Why? Why is this happening? I've clearly already comprehended the formation. Why can't I crack the formation? Yun Xiang looked up to the sky and roared angrily, her eyes full of confusion. Zhang Hexin's face was ugly to the extreme. Sustaining serious injuries repeatedly, Yun Xiang was already powerless to challenge the formation anymore. His gaze could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not look at him. He was currently chatting away with Yang Qing. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose, but there was no choice. Boy, Yun Xiang can't do it anymore. Hurry up and go comprehend the formation. Zhang Hexin arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Chapter 3059, Failing with every attempt. Yun Xiang was very confident, arriving before the Grand Array, and took a step in. The Grand Array did not have the slightest activity. Following that, she took a second step. There was still nothing happening. Third step, fourth step. Yun Xiang stormed the formation naturally and smoothly, without the slightest sluggishness, compared to when Yi Yuan challenged the formation the previous time. It could simply be said to be unstoppable momentum. When Zhang Hexin and the rest saw the situation, they were all overjoyed. These few months of hearts, H, I plus P finally exchanged for the hope of victory. Impressive. Impressive. It's still a hegemon-level heavenly formation master in the end. Her strength is indeed not for show. Hegemon Yun Xiang only did not detect it previously. Once she realized that we're situated inside the heaven formation, this place indeed can't stop her. Yi Yuan, that boy is going to be in misery. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world's shock. He was still writing and drawing, thinking about something. Uft, a gust of palm wind attacked. The thing that Yi Yuan was drawing was directly erased. Yi Yuan's thoughts were naturally interrupted too. He frowned and looked at the arrival. Who could it be if not Zhang Hexin? Zhang Hexin had a cold smile on his face, and he said, Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now, you're still putting on an appearance? You've already lost. Talking nonsense with him for what? Kill him at once. Kong Hai followed closely behind and said in a cold voice, These few days, Yi Yuan did not go easy on tormenting them. The number of times he made them storm the formation was much more than Yun Xiang. In the end, Yun Xiang already comprehended the formation, but Yi Yuan did not have any leads yet. They already found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye in the first place. Now, it was naturally avenging grievances, if there were any, and taking revenge, if there were grudges. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hexin and said with a light smile, This subformation isn't that simple. Behaving like this now, be careful that you guys won't be able to clean up the mess in a while. Kong Hai sneered and said, Yun Xiang has already cracked the formation. What's there to clean up still? Boy, this seat has found you displeasing for a long time. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, Then you might be even more unhappy in a while. No matter what, you all can't kill me right now because I'm the only second choice. Killing me once Yun Xiang fails. None of you can get out. If you all are so confident in her, do it. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and made it look like he was at other people's mercy to be cut up like fish. With this, Zhang Hexin, two people hesitated. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. Yun Xiang will succeed in storming the formation right away. At that time, it will be your death. Yi Yuan shrugged, indifferent to it. This subformation was not that simple. He had not even understood the changes involved up till now. Yi Yuan naturally would not underestimate a hegemon-level heavenly formation master, but he was certain that Yun Xiang had most likely walked into a misunderstanding. This subformation was designed extremely ingeniously. There were several areas that were very easy to mix up. It was precisely because he was not sure that Yi Yuan made Zhang Hexin and the rest storm the formation many times. It was not that he had the intention of toying with him, but Zhang Hexin and the rest naturally felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately targeting them. Of course, he could not be bothered to make them understood either. Yi Yuan naturally had his reliance to dare pick a fight with Yun Xiang. He fused the origin seeds of myriad Tao. A very large portion of them were all Labyrinth Divine Palace disciples. Among them, there were origin powers that were quite similar to heaven formation. Yi Yuan guessed that the original master of this origin seed should have a significant relations. H.I. plus P with Hegemon's seven-way. It was by relying on precisely this origin seed that Yi Yuan held superior advantage in the heaven formation than others. Although Yun Xiang was formidable, she wholeheartedly sought speed, falling into mediocrity. Those few places that were easy to make one be confused were not that easy to discover. Boom! Before Zhang Hexin's voice faded, Yun Xiang was directly blasted out. Heavily wounded, the expressions of the 6 great hegemons changed wildly. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Yun Xiang failed. What's going on? Zhang Hexin asked. Yun Xiang frowned heavily and said, "It seems like somewhere is wrong. Let me deduce it again. Relax, I've already completely comprehended this subformation. It's not difficult to crack it." One sentence made everyone settle down. "Okay, whatever help you need, just say it. You can't lose this battle." Zhang Hexin said with a solemn face. After all, it was the #1 killing formation. Mistakes were naturally allowed. But the face of hegemon realms could not be lost. In this battle, they could not lose to Yi Yuan, no matter what. Yun Xiang was a little stunned, but she still nodded her head and said, "Okay, I'll reorganize it again." Hence, she buried herself in work again. But Zhang Hexin felt that there was a burning gaze looking over toward him. Turning his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Motherf! You, see, this guy was right again." "Humph! Brat, don't get smug. She merely ran into some trouble. The general direction is correct. Just you wait to surrender." Zhang Hexin gave a cold snort and no longer cared about Yi Yuan. He could not afford to lose this face. And this time, Yi Yuan started taking things easy and simply crossed his hands and stopped comprehending the formation. What's the matter? Yi Yuan wouldn't have given up, right? Even if he doesn't give up, the chances of winning aren't high either, right? Hegemon Yun Xiang also said that she has already fully understood it. Yeah, although she ran into some trouble, the results will definitely be her being successful. Yi Yuan's speed is still too slow. Everyone started discussing in whispers when they saw the situation. In a blink of an eye, another half a month said. Yun Xiang naturally could not dispense without tormenting Zhang Hexin they all a few times. Then she went to storm the formation again, with overflowing confidence. Zhang Hexin and the rest pulled themselves together once more, secretly cheering Yun Xiang on. Boom! Who knew that before long, Yun Xiang was blasted out again. This time, it was even more miserable. The expressions of Zhang Hexin and the rest changed wildly, hurriedly going up to help Yun Xiang up. "Are you all right?" Zhang Hexin asked with concern. He was not on very good terms with Yun Xiang. There were some grudges, but being united against outsiders at this time, he was naturally concerned. This time, half of Yun Xiang's body was blown away, rather miserable. Recovering would not be that easy as well, but Yun Xiang did not seem to have heard it, and was full of confusion, as she said, "Impossible! I've already deduced it dozens of times. It's clearly not wrong. Why? Why is it like this?" The expressions on the faces of the 6 great hegemons were very complicated. Without turning around, they already felt a series of burning gazes. Failed again. It's okay. We have plenty of time. Again. Zhang Hexin encouraged. Yun Xiang did not say anything and nodded her head. After nursing her wounds for a few days, Yun Xiang finally recovered a little and started studying intensively again. But unfortunately, she came out badly injured each time. Furthermore, each was more severe than the last. After attempting for 7 to 8 times like time, she finally could not hold on anymore. Why? Why is this happening? I've clearly already comprehended the formation. Why can't I crack the formation? Yun Xiang looked up to the sky and roared angrily, her eyes full of confusion. Zhang Hexin's face was ugly to the extreme. Sustaining serious injuries repeatedly, Yun Xiang was already powerless to challenge the formation anymore. His gaze could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not look at him. He was currently chatting away with Yang Qing. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. But there was no choice. Boy, Yun Xiang can't do it anymore. Hurry up and go comprehend the formation. Zhang Hexin arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Chapter 3060, messing with you all on purpose. Chapter 3060, messing with you all on purpose. Comprehend formation? Comprehend what formation? Yi Yuan said with a blank face. Zhang Hexin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Punk, are you feigning ignorance to this seat? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, Sorry, the things that I comprehended were all in those symbols. Now, those symbols are gone. I also don't know how I should comprehend the formation anymore. Zhang Hexin almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. This boy was intentionally putting on airs. He did not believe that with Yi Yuan's intellect, he would not remember those symbols. Yi Yuan was clearly taking revenge by saying so. Boy, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? Zhang Hexin released killing intent and locked onto Yi Yuan. But sadly, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel it and said nonchalantly, What's senior so fierce for? The more you scare me, the more I'll forget. The more I forget, the harder it will be to crack the formation. Zhang Hexin was going crazy. By the side, Kong Hai said with a cold snort, Talking C.R. AP with him for? Torment him well. This seat doesn't believe that he dares to not obey. The moment this was said, Zhang Hexin was clearly somewhat stirred. But this was also a risky move. Yun Xiang could not do it anymore. There was only Yi Yuan left now. If they really provoked Yi Yuan and had a life and death struggle, then everyone's lives would be left behind here. But to make him beg Yi Yuan obsequiously, he could not put aside this ego too. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. Lower your head and admit your fault. In the end, fate still triumphed over everything. Zhang Hexin's figure suddenly moved explosively, directly grabbing toward Yi Yuan, his speed inconceivably swift. Of course, Yi Yuan did not plan to dodge either. He still stood there, perfectly calm and composed, as if the target of Zhang Hexin's attack was not him. Just as Zhang Hexin was about to grab Yi Yuan, a figure suddenly rushed out from the flank. Bang! Zhang Hexin was in disarray, taking hundreds of steps back in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. A figure was standing in front of Yi Yuan, with his hands behind his back. Humph! A bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhang Hexin's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in surprise. Hegemon Yun Xiang. Human race itinerant cultivator, supreme hegemon Yun Xiang. He finally could not resist and took action. Hegemon Yun Xiang snorted coldly and said, A few idiots. If you all are courting death yourselves, this seat doesn't care. But do you want the others to be buried in death together with you all? the expressions of Zhang Hexin, and the rest were very ugly. Hegemon realm powerhouses being called idiots in front of so many people. Their faces had nowhere to go. His expression turned dark, and he said, Yun Shang, who do you think you are? It's not your turn to act wildly in front of my Melody Nether Heavenly sect yet. Hegemon realm Yun Shang had a disdainful look as he said, Your Melody Nether Heavenly sect is very strong, but looking across all the heavens, it's also nothing more than this. Do you really know how many Hegemon realms came this time? How do you know that there aren't great beyond powerhouses among them? This seat is scolding you for your own good. Otherwise, if others made a move, it might take your life. Zhang Hexin's expression changed, and he could not resist sweeping his gaze over. But no matter how he looked, he could not find which one was a Hegemon realm too. What he did just now was indeed somewhat committing a taboo. He was willing to take the risk, but it did not mean that other hegemons were willing to brave the risk. With these people not coming forward, it was naturally because they felt that it was not yet time to take action. But even if it was a great beyond powerhouse, they might not be able to get out of the heaven formation alive too. You idiots! If you're not as capable as other people, just directly apologize. Right now, this young friend is our only hope of getting out. You actually dared to attack him? If you guys really want to kill him, sure. This time, this seat won't stop you all. You all see whether or not someone will make a move and kill you guys. Hegemon Yun Shang's gaze was cold as he said. The 7 great hegemons all had gloomy faces, but hearing Hegemon Yun Shang's words, they were like being enlightened, knocking them awake. Seeing everyone remain silent, Yun Shang said coolly, Why? No more talking? If you're not talking, then put your ego aside. You guys just do whatever young friend Yi says. Finished saying this, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said with a smile, Young friend Yi, looking on account of this seat's face, how about you calm your anger? If you're not happy, this seat can act and help you teach them a good lesson. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Yun Shang's face naturally has to be given, but I've indeed pretty forgotten the process of deduction. If I want to continue comprehending the formation, I'll need the various seniors to take action and storm the formation anew. Your F*King lying through your teeth. Zhang Hexin swore. 6 great hegemons. Their lungs were almost exploding from anger. Meanwhile, Hegemon Yun Xiang was secretly rejoicing, pretending to be dead at one side. She was already heavily injured and could not go and storm the formation. This sensation of Russ, plussing the formation was horrible. Amen. Hegemon Yun Shang's brows furrowed, his face revealing anger. Zhang Hexin and the rest immediately withered up. Yi Yuan stepped out of the ranks and made a hand gesture to the few as he said smilingly, Seniors, please go ahead. Zhang Hexin had a black face as he said, Boy, this seat has remembered this score. Yi Yuan just smiled, indifferent about it. An hour later, a group of people came back with wine noses and swollen faces. But Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of getting started. Boy, we've already returned from storming the formation. Why haven't you gotten started? Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice. Oh, I got the position wrong just now. I haven't found the place to start with. You guys go and rush it again, Yi Yuan said with a grin. Boom, boom, boom. 6 powerful auras surged to the sky. The 6 great hegemons were enraged. Boy, you dare to mess with us. Zhang Hexin bellowed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Yeah, I'm messing with you all. You have any objections? The few of you terrorized me for half a day, but I am not allowed to mess with you once. This seat will kill you. Zhang Hexin's roar was virtually distorting. His current fury could be seen. A humph. Right at this time, Hegemon Yun Shang coughed. instantly extinguish. I, plussing the six people's fury. Boy, consider yourself ruthless. Zhang Hexin roared angrily and stormed the formation again with endless anger. The moment the six people left, Yi Yuan picked up a stone and started drawing swiftly. The content of the drawing was exactly the same as before. Everyone's faces revealed strange looks. TSK, what happened really broadened my horizons today. An emperor vast heaven toyed, with 6 hegemon realms in the palm of his hand. When the 6 great hegemons return and see that Yi Yuan has already recovered these, will they vomit blood? Sigh, Hegemon Hexin was too impulsive. If he had long known, couldn't he fly off the handle after enduring it and finish waiting for Hegemon Yunxiang to storm the formation? Now he has utterly lost his face. Everyone started to sympathize with Zhang Hexin, 6 people. Even Hegemon Yunxiang had a strange look on his face too, secretly feeling glad that he did not provoke this kid. Otherwise, the outcome would be really miserable. Before leaving Heaven Formation, I absolutely must not provoke this kid. Hegemon Yunxiang secretly made up his mind. Another hour said. The 6 people returned with injuries again. When Zhang Hexin saw the dense drawings on the ground, his entire person was petrified. He suddenly discovered that he had no temper anymore. His temper was bad, but the fury that filled his chest had nowhere to vent at all. Chapter 3061, Comprehending Origin Again. Chapter 3061, Comprehending Origin Again. Succeeded. Indeed succeeded again. Hegemon Yunxiang is completely defeated this time. I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a puny little emperor vast heaven, really defeated a hegemon realm. How is this possible? The 2 of their realms are not on the same level at all. So why can Yi Yuan win? Can't figure it out. Yi Yuan walked out of the subformation carrying treasures. The whole crowd burst into an uproar. This announced that Yi Yuan had completely defeated Hegemon Yunxiang. At this time, Hegemon Yunxiang was looking at Yi Yuan in a daze, indescribably uncomfortable. In a fair battle, she was defeated by an emperor vast heaven. She was somewhat unable to accept this sort of thing. It was as if her many years of comprehension in Formation Tao had all become a joke. How many years had she comprehended Formation Tao? How old was Yi Yuan? Comparing people, was the disparity really so great? Why? Why is it like this? Yun Xiang said absent-mindedly, Heaven formation isn't as simple as you imagine. 9 array elements developing myriad Tao and the universe. The knowledge here accesses heaven and penetrates the earth. These 9 array elements are the foundation of all array elements. Hegemon, 7 ways simplified things, comprehending great Tao. But it's also precisely because of this that it's easier to make mistakes in many areas, and it even makes it hard to comprehend. The quintessence of heaven formation isn't in the grand array, but in these 9 array elements. Yi Yuan said. Yun Xiang's entire body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Clearly, the things that Yi Yuan said opened her mind to new ideas. But knowing was one thing, comprehending was another. Yun Xiang's formation Tao cultivation was very strong, but heaven formation was not what she could comprehend in a short time. This was the disparity between her and Yi Yuan. This heaven formation was enough for her to use a lifetime to comprehend. I lost, Yun Xiang said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan patted her shoulder and said, You're very strong. Heaven formation is your chance to break through the shackles. Comprehend it well. Maybe in the future you can corroborate your Tao as a supreme hegemon. This action looked very strange in everyone's eyes. Under normal circustances, this was an elder inculcating a junior. But a measly little emperor vast heaven actually acted in such a manner to a hegemon realm. It looked really strange, no matter how one looked at it. But people also had nothing to say. This was because this emperor vast heaven had indeed completely defeated a hegemon realm. An inconceivable victory. In the following journey, it became Yi Yuan's solo performance. Hegemon Yun Xiang ignored her injuries and followed behind Yi Yuan like a little follower. Just as Yi Yuan said, this heaven formation was her greatest lucky chance. Even if she could comprehend 1/10,000th, it would also benefit her for life. The number one killing formation in all heavens and myriad words, this name was not called in vain. Yi Yuan did not have the thought of being selfish either. Although he was not on good terms with these hegemons, the crisis of the blood race was near at hand. If their strength could improve further, it would naturally be a good thing too. Hence, a scene that amazed everyone appeared. Yun Xiang, this hegemon, level heavenly formation master, was actually like a disciple, frequently receiving Yi Yuan's teachings, making everyone click their tongues in wonder. Yun Xiang's improvement was obvious. 3 years later, Yun Xiang's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and she actually broke through to peak hegemon in one stroke. All the hegemon realms were really envious to the extreme. Really amazing. I didn't expect that hegemon Yun Xiang actually had a blessing come to her in the disguise of misfortune, breaking through the shackles in one stroke. I heard that hegemon Yun Xiang has already been stuck in this realm for 100,000 years. Yi Yuan is really too impressive. He actually forcibly nurtured an ordinary hegemon into a peak hegemon. But speaking of which, hegemon Yun Xiang's improvement is great, but it's still far from Yi Yuan's. Since half a year ago, she already couldn't keep up with Yi Yuan in Formation Dao. After she broke through, everyone exclaimed with admiration one after another. No one thought that in the end, it was actually hegemon Yun Xiang who obtained a great benefit. But starting half a year ago, the confusion on hegemon Yun Xiang's face grew increasingly stronger. She was no longer able to comprehend the things that Yi Yuan said. This grand array became more difficult and obscure the further back. It was clearly only constant, 2 of 9 array elements, but the things derived were incomparably complicated. On this day, Yi Yuan walked out of a subformation, his eyes becoming incomparably bright. His whole body teemed with the power of origin. Hegemon Yun Xiang's eyes lit up, and he cried out in surprise. This boy comprehended Formation Dao origin. Emperor vast heaven realm, comprehending 2 great origins. This is simply too monstrous. When geniuses from all heavens looked at this scene, they only felt ashamed to the extreme. Comprehending origin to them was not considered something very hard, but these people had basically all already broken through to Emperor Sakra Heaven. No one could comprehend origin in Emperor Vast Heaven realm at all, let alone comprehend 2 origins. Sigh, I really have been sitting in the well and looking at the sky. I've always thought that I'm a genius who doesn't lose to anyone, but today I'm thoroughly convinced. How did this guy's brain grow? Why is his comprehension ability so strong? There's always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Geniuses were all condescending. Even if it was Yang Qing, they remained unconvinced too. But they were really convinced by Yi Yuan. This guy was simply a monster. Forget Cruz. Plussing his peers. He even taught a peak hegemon. Yi Yuan meditated on the spot, digesting the fruits of Formation Dao origin. Several days later, he slowly opened both eyes, the look in his eyes becoming incomparably bright. Young friend Yi, how is it? Do you have confidence in walking out now? Hegemon Yun Xiang said rather agitatedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Can't walk out. The entire labyrinth divine palace is enveloped inside the heaven formation. However, With my current formation Tao strength, we shouldn't encounter any dangers when walking around inside the Grand Array. Hegemon Yun Shang's expression changed. He did not expect that this Grand Array's area coverage was actually so vast. Didn't this mean that all of their lives were grasped in Yi Yuan's hands? Yi Yuan, are you doing it on purpose? Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you keep talking C.R.A.P., do you believe that I'll directly bring you into a death door? Killing you is as easy as killing an ant now. Zhang Hexin's expression changed wildly. He did not believe it, but he did not dare to gamble. Yun Xiang said in a solemn voice, Zhang Hexin, if you dare to be disrespectful to young friend Yi, this seat will find trouble with you. Zhang Hexin exploded, yelling angrily, D-A-M-N woman, you're going too far. Do you think that by breaking through to peak hegemon, you have the qualifications to challenge this seat? Zhang Hexin was a peak hegemon to begin with. This was also why he could become the leader of the 7 great hegemons. But now, Yun Xiang's cultivation realm had already caught up to him. Yun Xiang smiled coldly and said, Zhang Hexin, this seat advice that you'd better stay more low-key. Otherwise, if young friend Yi takes action, you won't even know how you died. Do you really think that you, this hegemon, are very powerful? Hegemon Yun Shang was rather annoyed and said in a solemn voice, Enough! Stop talking nonsense. Continue forward. Under Yi Yuan's lead, everyone finally crossed that enormous imperial garden and entered the labyrinth Divine Palace's group of palaces. Chapter 3062, 12 Heavenly Tao Paintings. Chapter 3062, 12 Heavenly Tao Paintings. The Labyrinth Divine Palace is really extravagant. These palaces are completely made from galaxy profound gold. This wealth can probably directly purchase a plane. You look at this lamp, it's actually a grade 1 Grand Miss treasure. My G.O.D., this is also too freaking luxurious. These stone slates, it all paved with Powerway spirit stones. Cultivating here is simply paradise. Prodigal, really prodigal. Even if it was the group of hegemon realms seeing the extravagance of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they could not refrain from being jealous too. These palaces could only be described by one word, luxurious. Everyone wished to directly poach these palaces away. Of course, they did so too. Any good stuff that they saw, they directly poached them away. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's palaces gradually got taller in sequence. That large palace at the back rose straight into the clouds, seemingly like a giant beast that could swallow everything. Even when standing in front of it, one had an impulse to prostrate in submission too. Among the surrounding main palaces, there were a total of 12 main palaces suspended around it, displaying an arrangement where stars surrounded the moon. Yi Yuan heard that in its prime, the Labyrinth Divine Palace had 12 great beyond realm powerhouses, who were known as the 12 Heavenly Kings. Regarding these 12 Heavenly Kings, each one was an important figure who shocked heaven and earth. Hegemon Seven-Way was one of them. These 12 Heavenly King Palaces were the residences of the 12 great beyond powerhouses. These 12 Heavenly King Palaces, you all don't enter it. Those hegemon realms are all aiming for the Heavenly King Palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall. Once there are any clashes, we aren't hegemon realm, the consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. Everyone all look for lucky chances in the palace groups below, with the Labyrinth Divine Palace's foundation. If you all are lucky, there might be a few who can step into hegemon realm. Yi Yuan instructed Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's people. Heavenly Saint Yi, you understand heaven formation now. We aren't scared of them. Hu Gaoshan said. Clearly, he still did not give up. The biggest lucky chances were clearly inside the 12 Heavenly King Palaces, and the labyrinth divine hall. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The range that heaven formation covers is only up to here too, regarding the 12 heavenly king palaces and the labyrinth divine hall with hegemon 7 ways strength. They can't be covered at all. If we go over there, life and death won't be up to us anymore." Only then did everyone come to a realization. The 12 heavenly king palaces and the labyrinth divine hall were the nucleus of the labyrinth divine palace. Each of their owner's strengths was not weaker than hegemon 7-way. Although the heaven formation was strong, it was not invincible either. Doesn't that mean that we have to helplessly watch the good stuff be taken away by that bunch of fellows? Yang Qing said, unwillingly. Yi Yuan said, that might not be the case. Everything is up to fate. Sometimes destiny is more important than strength. Boom. Before his voice faded, a loud noise came from above the void. It turned out that they had already exchanged blows. This was 2 great supreme hegemons. One of them was hegemon Yunshang, while the other was a fiend race supreme hegemon. Old dog Zhen, this seat is here for the immortal cloud cone. If you dare SNATCH, it will be irreconcilable till death today. Hegemon Yunshang's angry roar came from above the void. At this time, hegemon Yunshang was already beyond furious. When fighting, he fought until the void fractured. However, the heavenly king palaces were extremely STURDY and actually did not budge an inch. On the other side, the strength of the fiend race supreme hegemon was also not the slightest bit weaker. The 2 people's battle was fought extremely trepidatiously. Before long, a great battle also erupted in the burning sky heavenly king palace too. Those Partic 1P aiding in the battle this time were similarly supreme hegemons. Very soon, terrifying battles erupted in the 12 heavenly king palaces virtually at the same time. Around the heavenly king palaces, the sky was already rent asunder, and the earth split open by the berserk power of origins. Those that were strong, their strength was already close to great beyond powerhouses 1. When those geniuses who did not enter the heavenly king palaces looked at the terrifying battles above the void, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. My G.O.D., there are actually so many hidden supreme hegemons. Luckily, I didn't go up. Otherwise, I'd have already been reduced to dust now, right? 18 supreme hegemons. How many big shots came? Very soon, even more supreme hegemons debuted, shocking everyone until their jaws. The ground. As for some ordinary hegemons and peak hegemons, they joined the battles one after another too. The various major camps fell into frenzied great battles, vying for the treasures. Some origin powerhouses and Emperor Sakra heavens who overestimated their own ability were directly reduced to dregs by this power. Boom. Hegemon Yunshang's palm went past. Hegemon Kong high took the palm solidly, only to see his body fall down, already ceased breathing. A hegemon fell. Everyone's complexions were deathly pale, and only then they realized the horror of the battle. Shortly after, more and more hegemons fell. In a blink of an eye, 7 to 8 ordinary hegemons fell, and more than 20 hegemons severely wounded. Only then did everyone know it turned out that in the eyes of top powerhouses, ordinary hegemon realms were nothing more than this too. But at this time, in the heavenly king palaces, there were still some people who were aloof and indifferent to the battles outside. A middle-aged man in a black robe was currently sizing up everywhere. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a table. There was a pen rack on the table. He extended his hand to move the pen rank and discovered that it could not be moved. His hand brushed over several pens and suddenly stopped on one of the pens. Then he turned it. Swaz. H. Plus behind the table, a spatial door actually appeared. An extremely thick heavenly Tao aura, faintly transmitted out of the spatial door. The corners of the black-robed, middle-aged man's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Old man heavenless, do you think that by hiding it covertly, this seat won't be able to find it? This seat will be accepting one of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings." When the black-robed middle-aged man came out of the spatial door, there was an additional red-green jade scroll in his hand. This red-green jade scroll was crystal clear, a majestic great Tao aura appearing on it. One look, and it was clear that it was not ordinary. The black-robed man was overjoyed, an extremely smug expression appearing on his face as he laughed loudly, and said, "Old man heavenless, you were called the #1 genius since ancient times. Actually, it was merely by relying on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Having acquired one, it will be effortless for this seat to surpass you. Watch closely. Brother Minghui, aren't you being pleased with yourself a little too early?" In the great hall, another figure appeared at G. Oh, D knows when. It was a 20-years-old-looking youth in an azure SHI plus RT. When the black-robed man saw him, his pupils constricted. But very soon, he smiled coldly and said, "Ming Hui, how long has it been since I've heard this name? Old man endless, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings have 12 scrolls, and yet you want to fight with me for one?" The 20-years-old youth in the azure SHI plus RT smiled and said, "The one in your hand is the most precious heaven scroll. Do you think that this seat will let it go? Hand it over so as to avoid the harmonious relations between us brothers being harmed." The black-robed man's eyes turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Old man endless, do you think that you've cornered this seat?" The 20-years-old youth in the azure SHI plus RT just smiled lightly and did not speak. But the black-robed person's pressure suddenly increased. And, oh, body knew that Abispa S Origin Grotto Heavens Overlord Level Powerhouse, the 33 Heavens #1 Alchemy Tao Person Ancestor Endless, actually appeared here too. At the same time, in a palace below, Yi Yuan took a tattered goatskin scroll from an old bookshelf. This goatskin scroll was full of dust, looking extremely ordinary. Yi Yuan lightly wiped off the dust on it, only to see an extremely ancient word written on it. But Yi Yuan recognized this word at first glance. Heaven. Chapter 3063. I am heaven. Chapter 3063. I am heaven. You're interested in this kind of junk? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and find something good. When Yang Qing saw Yi Yuan dig out such an unremarkable thing, he could not resist urging. The moment Yi Yuan saw the heaven word, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes. Although he had never been to the Labyrinth Divine Palace before, he was not unfamiliar with the Labyrinth Divine Palace at all. Yi Yuan understood that those truly top powerhouses were all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. What were the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? No one knew, but Mi Tian knew that the Labyrinth Divine Palace's rise was precisely because of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. And the last generation Labyrinth Divine Palace's Palace Master, Hegemon Heavenless, relied on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and reached an inconceivable realm. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had a total of 12 scrolls. The most important volume among them was the Heaven Scroll. A character for heaven was written on this goatskin scroll. Could this be the Heaven Scroll? Yi Yuan also did not expect that he actually found such a precious treasure in an summing side hall. If it were others, when they saw this junk covered in dust, they would definitely turn their noses up at it. But Yi Yuan cultivated the eternal river's chaos and had a sensitivity different from ordinary people towards some things. The moment he laid eyes on the goatskin scroll, he felt its extraordinariness. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was someone with a great destiny in the first place. Coupled with the extreme medicine sect's blessing power, being luckier than others was very normal too. This isn't some junk. We might have picked up a treasure. Yi Yuan smiled and said. When Yangqing heard that, he sized it up carefully again and said disdainfully, "Screw off. Just this junk. I reckon that it's just some lousy cultivation method recorded in it. You're treating it as a treasure too?" Yi Yuan said, "Do you know about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Yang Qing was stupefied and said, "You wouldn't tell me that this junk is the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, right? Got to be kidding. Do you think you are? You can randomly pick up a treasure?" Yi Yuan did not expect that Yang Qing really knew about it. Hence, he nodded his head and said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, this is the heaven scroll in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings." Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool and said with a loud laugh, "The heaven scroll is the most important volume in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Even great beyond powerhouses will be moved. You're telling me now that this junk is the heaven scroll? Stop fooling with me. Do you take me to be a 3-year-old child?" Boom. Right at this time, a loud noise came over. The entire Labyrinth Divine Palace seemed to have started swaying. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Goodness me, there are really great beyond powerhouses. Could it be that they are all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Apart from the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, what else can move them?" Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a look of contempt and said, "Then you're telling me that you picked up the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Her. The two people went out of the great hall only to see 3 figures standing in a triangle formation above the void. They were currently fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. The 3 people carried the might of heaven and earth with every move and stance. Even the supreme hegemons who were fighting fiercely previously had already kept a good distance away too. They could not afford to provoke. Great beyond powerhouses were too strong. The black-robed middle-aged man said in a cold voice, "Old man Endless, if you still don't give up, you'll definitely die here today." On the other side, a woman in a white robe similarly said fiercely, "Old man Endless, hand over the heaven scroll, and I can spare you from death." Ancestor Endless was holding the heaven scroll, his momentum unstoppable, fighting 2-on-1. He actually did not show the slightest hint of getting defeated. He actually had the heaven scroll from Hegemon Ming Hui's hands. The heaven scroll in his hand had an archaic, heavenly Tao aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. One look, and it was clear that it was not ordinary. Younger sister Profound Ice, don't say this kind of spiteful words. If I hand over the heaven scroll, do you think that you can walk out of here today? Ancestor Endless said with a loud laugh. Hegemon Profound Ice snorted coldly and said, "Then don't blame this younger sister for being merciless." Finished saying, the 3 people's auras were released, and they actually clashed together again. Below, Zhou Xianqin looked toward Ancestor Endless with a look of shock and muttered, "I didn't expect that Ancestor actually personally took action. Just what is the heaven scroll in his hand?" Not far away from him, Zhang Hexin said with a cold laugh, Haven't you heard before? The Labyrinth Divine Palace's ultimate treasure. The first volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It's the heaven scroll. It's said that back then, Old Man Heavenless could only reach an inconceivable realm because he comprehended the 12 heavenly Tao paintings fully. Do you think your ancestor will be moved by it? Zhou Xianxin's entire body trembled, only then knowing what the thing that his ancestor was fighting over was. Ancestor's strength was unfathomable, but it was far too difficult to want to improve further. This heaven scroll was clearly his hope of advancement. Hence, he secretly cheered Ancestor on, hoping that Ancestor would win. And those supreme hegemons were long already extremely shocked. This was because these three mighty great beyond powerhouses were actually humanity's three supreme heavens, three mighty great beyond hegemons, Xiaoming, Linghua, and Endless. It was just that the names that came out of their mouths were actually wrong. Why is Ancestor Endless calling hegemon Ling Hua hegemon profound ice? Mn isn't one of the palaces among the 12 heavenly king palaces, the profound ice heavenly king palace. Could it be? Also, they are calling Xiaoming as burning sky. There's a palace called Burning Sky, Heavenly King Palace, among the 12 heavenly king palaces too. Could it be that the three of them are actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace? This is impossible. Back then, Hegemon Samsara led all the heavens and was said to have slaughtered the Labyrinth Divine Palace completely. How can there possibly still be remnant SP, A, W, and S? Ancestor Endless is the Alchemy Tao's #1 person. Among the 12 heavenly king palaces, there's one called True Pill Heavenly King Palace too. These three people Zident. One, ties are almost certain. This deduction made everyone dumbfounded from shock. No one could have expected that humanity's three supreme heaven's strongest people were actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Today, the truth was finally revealed. The truth of history was always complicated and confusing, while at the other side, Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and laughed loudly as he said, "Yi Yuan, you say that it's the heaven scroll in your hand, right? Ha, really too hilarious. If what's in your hand is the heaven scroll, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? The items in the two of your hands completely can't be mentioned in the same breath. Ha ha ha, swuz. H. Plus all of a sudden, Yang Qing felt like he had disappeared. More accurately speaking, he was currently standing above the sky, overlooking everything. Below, three great beyond powerhouses were currently in the heat of fierce fighting. Numerous powerhouses kept a good distance away. There was even a group of geniuses currently searching for treasures. Every movement and action in this world fell into his eyes. Of course, he even felt that another person existed beside him. That person was Yi Yuan, but he could only feel him and not see him. What was going on? Yi Yuan, where are you? Yang Qing's heart shook wildly, and he could not resist asking. I'm right beside you. How do you feel now? Yi Yuan's voice came over. Yang Qing drew a deep breath and said, I feel like I'm the heaven right now. Everything in the world seems to be in my grasp. Could it be? Yes, it's the goatskin scroll in my hand. Yi Yuan's voice came over again. Chapter 3064, Major Move. Chapter 3064, Major Move. Perspective of G. Oh, D. Even Yi Yuan was also amazed by the heaven scroll's miraculousness. He seemed to be standing above heavenly Tao, overlooking all life. Everything was in his eyes. At this time, every flower and blade of GRA, every leaf and tree, even the slight movements of the wind, they were all in his sight, transforming into heaven and feeling the changes of all life. No, not just all life in the world. Even if it's an object without life, one can feel it too. All things have their own spirit. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan said in shock. How is this possible? If that's the heaven scroll in your hands, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? Yang Qing still could not restrain the shock in his heart. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, That might be the heaven scroll that ancestor Heavenless copied. Although the aura of Tao is very rich, compared to this, it seems to still be lacking something. Yang Qing felt it carefully and said in surprise, "It's true, but why would this thing be casually placed in a side hall? Doesn't ancestor Heavenless want it anymore?" Yi Yuan said, "Ancestor Heavenless didn't need this item since a long time ago, right? If this thing is useful to him, he would have long broken through the shackles and transcended the great beyond. How could he have been defeated by hegemon samsara? Even if it's a heavenly Tao treasure, each person has a limit to comprehend it too. It's far too difficult to be equal with heavenly Tao." Yang Qing thought about it and felt the same. No matter how powerful the treasure, that would also have to depend on who obtained it. When some people obtained it, they would directly soar to the heavens in one bound. But some would have limited accomplishments. It might even call down a disaster. Treasures were not necessarily good things. Ancestor Heavenless talent was the strongest among past generation palace masters. But he had his limits too. Yang Qing said speechlessly, "Your luck is also too good, right? A group of great beyond powerhouses is fighting to the death below, but in the end, it's a fake. You casually pick something up, and it's actually the heaven scroll that they yearn for even in their sleep. Do you still want people to live?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hence, I'm someone with a great destiny. This is called when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. You benefit immensely from following me by the side too. Pooh, you're the chicken or dog." Yang Qing said angrily, "Is that so? Then I'll kick you out." Don't. This feeling is too magical. Let me feel it more. I'm a chicken and dog. I'm a chicken and dog." When Yi Yuan and Yang Qing were currently overlooking everything from the perspective of G. O. D., the situation below suddenly changed. Boom. Another surge of great Tao aura rose to the sky. A red-green jade scroll actually flew out from a heavenly king palace. Ancestor Endless three people, who were currently in the midst of fierce fighting, their expressions changed wildly. "This is Earth volume." Ancestor Endless cried out in surprise. "Swaz, H. Plus hegemon, profound ice grabbed toward the Earth scroll right away. However, right at this time, the third heavenly Tao painting flew out. The universe volume. What medicine is old man Heavenless selling in his gourd?" Ancestor Endless expression became more and more ugly. He instinctively felt that it was not right, but he also could not pinpoint what was not right. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings appeared one after another. Faced with such a huge temptation, and, body could resist. Following that, one heavenly Tao painting after another appeared. Boom. Ama. S. Civ energy directly sent hegemon profound ice flying. She failed to get the Earth scroll. Boom. The heaven scroll in Ancestor Endless hand directly exploded, flying towards the sky. Ancestor Endless expression was livid. After expending such a great effort, the heaven scroll actually flew away. Very soon, 12 heavenly Tao paintings were arranged in a sequence above the void. Everyone looked at the sky in great shock. Ancestor Heavenless really played a major hand. Without the slightest surprise, Ancestor Heavenless figure appeared above the void. He looked at the hegemons that filled the sky, his eyes revealing ruefulness, only to see him stand with his hands behind his back. His gaze landed on Ancestor Endless three people as he said, "Coolly, Endless, Ming Hui, profound ice, how have you been?" Endless three people snorted coldly, but did not speak. Ancestor Heavenless did not think anything of it too, as he continued, saying, "This ancestor is just a dead man. No matter how many grudges in the past, it's also transient as a floating cloud. The three of you betrayed me. This ancestor doesn't blame you. Back then, it was this ancestor who was too anxious. However, the 33 heavens are currently at a time of great crisis now. Once that blood race progenitor comes into being, his strength will probably be above this ancestor. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. The crisis of the blood race was no longer some secret. In fact, the blood race's general direction was already formed. They are gaining momentum. These powerhouses could not help it either. As long as they could protect themselves in this overall situation, that would suffice. Ancestor Endless and the others naturally knew the danger of this trip, but they still came. Most likely, they felt the pressure too. This ancestor was once the overlord of all the heavens. Today, the 33 heavens are confronted with danger. This ancestor naturally has to do my part. Today, this ancestor will open up the Labyrinth Divine Palace and share the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. Whichever among you can obtain the recognition of the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings and become the strongest, you'll be able to receive this ancestor's origins, enlightening you, inheriting all of this ancestor's strength. Now, start comprehending Tao. Ancestor Heavenless said it neither too fast nor too slow, but each word stirred people's hearts. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless' strength. This allure was seriously too great. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless' strength. My G. O. D. Doesn't that mean that a second Ancestor Heavenless will appear? I heard that Ancestor Heavenless' strength is not the slightest bit worse than Hegemon Samsara. If I can become the second Heavenless, then who in all the heavens and myriad worlds can still pose a threat to me? Too crazy. This trip really wasn't in vain. This time, I definitely won't lose to Yi Yuan. The group of geniuses went completely crazy. Ancestor Heavenless was synonymous with supremacy. Although he had long fallen, he was absolutely a legend. His awe-inspiring reputation was not the least bit weaker than Hegemon Samsara's. His mantle drove people too crazy. Hence, how could the group of geniuses still care about searching for treasures? Each and every one of them wished to burrow into the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. Above the void, the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings each emitted a different aura, as if a complete Heavenly Tao was displayed in front of everyone. Heaven Scroll. Clouds rolled and smoothened out, the sun, moon, and stars changing unpredictably. Earth Scroll. The atmosphere was deep, mountains and rivers could carry everything. Universe Scroll. S. P. A. Sea flowed. All the heaven and earth were inside it. Aeon Scroll. With a distant source and a long stream, however much time elapsed with the wind. 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. What it brought to everyone was endless shock, as if all the truths in heaven and earth were all within these 12 painting scrolls. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. It indeed lives up to its reputation. I've comprehended. Kong Ten suddenly let out a loud laugh, the door of eternal life appearing behind him. He, a Middle Emperor Sakra Heaven, actually skyrocketed in aura, heading straight for Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. Everyone was in great shock. Is he going to directly salt Hegemon Realm? Well deserving of being the fiend race's #1 genius, this comprehension ability really SES ancient and modern times. This time, Yi Yuan is finally beaten. That Yangqing too. He can't be unconvinced this time, even if he wants to. Once Kong Tan enters Hegemon, he won't let him off. Chapter 3065. All the People Advances. Chapter 3065. All the People Advances. Open for me. Kong Tan turned into a true fiend, his imposing momentum already rising to peak Emperor Sakura heaven. It was only to see him throw a punch out. The third seal trembled, but it did not immediately break. Without the slightest hesitation, Kong Tan threw out his second punch. Third punch, fourth punch. Kong Tan's true fiend body was formidable to the extreme. The third seal became increasingly looser under his punches. Boom! When Kong Tan threw the 19th punch, the third seal broke at the sound of it. Whose? H. Plus, the thick origin power seemed like floodwaters that broke the dam, pouring down and filling Kong Tan's true fiend body. Kong Tan felt invigorated to the extreme at this time. He let out a loud laugh and said, "Ha ha ha. Yang Qing, Yi Yuan, it's ultimately me who took this step first. This seat is the #1 genius in all the heavens." His voice reverberated throughout the heavens. It was clearly audible in the entire labyrinth divine palace. Everyone was searching for Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's figures in the crowd, but could not find them. Ha! It looks like the two of them don't dare to show themselves anymore. Truly, change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. And, oh, Body could have expected that Kong Tan actually made a comeback at the final moment. It looks like he's the true son of destiny. The winner is decided. It looks like Kong Tan will be the next hegemon heavenless. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, someone breaking through to hegemon realm was within reason. But no one expected that Kong Tan's breakthrough was so fast. In the trials previously, Kong Tan, this son of the fiend race, was suppressed firmly by Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. But now, he finally turned things around. With regards to this sudden turn of events, hegemon endless, and the rest did not show any visible changes in emotions. They were currently visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings with all their hearts. They had all visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings before. But at that time, Heavenless treasured his own belongings and did not let them visualize all of them, especially the Heaven Scroll. Heavenless never took it out before. But this time, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were gathered. The power was unimaginable. Having just visualized for half a day, these hegemon realms had already faintly understood some of it. One had to know that their cultivation realms had long already reached the limit. They might not be able to make progress for hundreds of thousands of years. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were the only channel for them to become stronger. At this time, the entire Labyrinth Divine Palace was a harmonious sight. Everyone was visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, whatever treasures, whatever scheming against each other, and, Body paid attention to all that. However, it was not just Kong Tan alone who was impressive. 3 days later, Feng Qingxian started undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Yes, under the circumstances where she did not get injured, she directly started to undergo nirvanic rebirth. However, her nirvanic rebirth time was very long. Many people had already broken through their cultivation realms, but she did not budge an inch. Under Kong Tan and Feng Qingxian, the various races' geniuses also broke through the fetters one after another. Those top geniuses broke through to hegemon realm in succession. In front of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it was a banquet of hegemon breakthroughs. Qin Baichuan, W.A.N. Jiningen and Zhou Xianchen, these people also all broke through to hegemon realm one after another. Even people who were lacking in talent, after visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, their strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people, were still observing everything from the perspective of Ji. She came too. Yi Yuan discovered a familiar figure in the crowd. It was the Nirvanic Soul Clan's Cloud Neon. The Soul race was very low profile this time. Yi Yuan was also not familiar with the people who came, so he did not say hello to them. He did not expect that Cloud Neon was actually hiding among them. Cloud Neon's talent was only stronger and not weaker when compared to Feng Qingxian. Facing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, she naturally gained quite the knowledge. Yi Yuan could perceive that her soul force was currently strengthening. She was already not far away from Supreme Hegemon. This woman was really formidable. Just how long had it been since she broke through to Hegemon realm? She was going to break through to Supreme Hegemon already? Yi Yuan, could it be that we were both wrong? That ancestor Heavenless is really doing it for the sake of all the heavens and myriad races? Yang Qing could not resist asking. Although the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time had many geniuses who fell, the progress made was even more. Especially the appearance of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it made many geniuses transform, becoming leviathans of a region. This made Yang Qing unable to refrain from somewhat doubting Heavenless goal. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but I feel that it's not that simple. Furthermore, I feel like the Labyrinth Divine Palace's matter isn't over yet. Yang Qing said with confusion, even great beyond powerhouses have come out. How is it not over yet? Could it be that there are even stronger existences? That's impossible. Although the 12 heavenly Tao paintings are imitations, the power is really strong. No one will be able to resist being moved. Yi Yuan said, with the Labyrinth Divine Palace reappearing, all the heavens are astir. Such a major matter. It's impossible for the blood race and Hegemon Samsara to not know it all, right? 12 Hegemon paintings. Aren't they moved by it? Yang Qing said indifferently, this place is ancestor Heavenless lair. Do they dare to come? This fellow, you're over-suspicious. Speaking of which, you've visualized for so long. Do you have any breakthroughs? I've already comprehended Spear, Tao, Origin, and Destruction Origin. 2 years had already said. With Yang Qing's talent, he naturally benefited greatly under the Heaven Scroll. Even Kong Tan could break through to Hegemon. So how could he, Yang Qing, be weak? Of course, Yang Qing did not have Kong Tan in his eyes at all. There was only Yi Yuan. Comprehending 2 powers of origin at the same time, Yang Qing could be rated as a prodigy, so he could not resist showing off to Yi Yuan. Is that so? Congratulations to you. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, this fellow, is it that you didn't comprehend anything? This emperor knew that you're still that tiny bit lousier than me. Yang Qing said smugly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, my Tao sword should be able to kill origin powerhouses now. Not the kind like you. Yang Qing's expression turned stiff. Of course, his expression could not be seen right now. Origin powerhouse. Under normal circumstances, it referred to above grand completion emperor Sakra, heaven. Those such as Yang Qing, who comprehended origin at lower emperor Sakra, heaven, were in the minority after all. With the Labyrinth Divine Palace opening up this time, geniuses from all heavens gathered. That was why it seemed like there were a lot. But actually, top geniuses like this would not exceed 5 fingers in one plane. With you as the exception, it was naturally referring to grand completion emperor Sakra, heaven origin powerhouses. Yang Qing stopped talking. He did not know what he should say. Posturing, he got slapped in the face again. Yang Qing was very strong. He could be said to be the #1 genius in all the heavens. But although he comprehended origin now, when facing off against origin powerhouses, he would still fall far short. After all, his cultivation realm was placed there. But Yi Yuan was just middle emperor vast heaven. This guy's Tao sword was already powerful to such an extent. Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could cross a major cultivation, realm, and kill an origin powerhouse at the expense of being seriously injured? This was too terrifying. Of course, Yi Yuan's Dao sword only had the power of one strike. But even so, it was much stronger than him comprehending two origins at the same time. Do you still want people to live or not? Yang Qing was like a deflated leather ball and had no more temper. I don't want a posture. So why do you have to force me every time? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Chapter 3066. The dust settles. Chapter 3066. The dust settles. Ancestor Endless slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pondering look. With 18 years of comprehension, he reaped great benefits. Compared to when he came, his strength grew significantly. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are indeed unfathomable. But sadly, I'm not Old Man Heavenless match. Otherwise, I definitely yes. N-A-T-C-H the 12 heavenly Tao paintings away. Ancestor Endless said with vicissitudes of emotion. Ancestor Profound, I said with a cold snort. Do you really think that Old Man Heavenless is so kind? His thoughts are hard to guess in the first place. You don't know what he wants to do at all. Ancestor Endless sighed and said, yes, but what choice do we have? It's just that I don't know who can have such a good life to obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Ancestor Burning Sky looked in Kong Tan's direction and said with a smile, this kid originally thought that he'd definitely win, but he didn't expect the Soul Race Law S to interject halfway, right? It seems like his Tao heart is currently a little unstable. Kong Tan reached the heaven in one step and was the first to break through the shackles of Hegemon realm. He originally thought that he had secured the first place, but he did not expect that Cloud Neon was even more monstrous than him. In a short 18 years, Cloud Neon actually directly broke through from peak Hegemon to supreme Hegemon. The Kong Tan instantly felt tremendous pressure. In these 18 years, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest, desperately comprehending the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. However, Cloud Neon visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings step by step, developing the origin of dream to the extreme. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were all-encompassing, deriving heavenly Tao to the cloud dream soul physique. It was absolutely a priceless treasure. Ancestor Endless said, the young are to be feared. Kong Tan and the Soul Race Law S, their comprehension ability is truly terrifying. However, with Yang Qing and Yi Yuan, two people's comprehension ability, they shouldn't have faded into the crowd. Could it be that they were held back by some other matters? No. Wait, what could be more important than visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Ancestor Profound Ice said coolly, fading into the crowd is also not impossible. Back then, the few of us weren't top folks in the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. But in the end, it was us who became the 12 heavenly kings. Kong Tan, Yuran, and Qin Baichuan. These juniors are descendants of pedigree ancestry. There's nothing strange about thick ACCU mulations erupting. Being in the lead for a short while doesn't mean forever taking the lead. When the other two heard that, they felt that it made sense too. The most important thing in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was naturally the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Heavenless inheritance. This kind of temptation was not what the average person could resist. How could grand, bright jade complete heaven, that sort of lousy place, possibly produce any world-shocking genius? Above the void, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings suddenly extinguished, becoming one red-green jade scroll after another. Everyone stopped breathing. They knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had clearly already found the person that they acknowledged. The greatest reward for this trip to the Labyrinth Divine Palace was here, who would obtain all of Ancestor Heavenless legacy. This reward was much better than obtaining whatever chaos heavenly treasure. You guys, who do you think will obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? It's definitely Kong Tan, right? Among so many geniuses, his improvement is clearly the biggest. That soul race hegemon realm is also monstrous to the extreme. Peak hegemon to supreme hegemon. This step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. She actually crossed it so easily. There are also Feng Qingxian and Yuran. They are not bad at all either. No one knows what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings benchmark is. No? Indeed, there's really this possibility. Don't know who can become this trip's child of destiny. Kong Ten clenched both hands tightly, his breathing somewhat ragged. Clearly, he was rather nervous. The other young geniuses were pretty much the same as him. Although their hope was not as high as Kong Tan's, they did not know what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings criterion was either. Who knew whether or not they would be hit by the meat pie that fell from the sky? Compared to them, Cloud Neon seemed much more composed. Breaking through to Supreme Hegemon, she was already very satisfied. Suddenly, a streak of green light flew out of the 12 pieces of red-green jade scrolls, respectively. After the green light appeared, it converged in the air. Everyone's heart was nervous to the extreme. In the crowd, there were two people who stood aloof from things of no personal interest. These two people were naturally Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. 2 years ago, they broke out of the Heaven Scroll. In these 2 years, they turned these side halls inside out, and sure enough, they found another 3 lambskin scrolls. Counting the Heaven Scroll, Yi Yuan had obtained 4 heavenly Tao paintings. 12 heavenly Tao paintings in their order were Heaven, Earth, Universe, Aeon, Sun, Moon, Star, Man, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. The changes of all things in heaven and earth were generally speaking within these 12 heavenly Taos. And these 3 heavenly Tao paintings that Yi Yuan obtained, they were respectively the Sun Scroll, Universe Scroll, and Winter Scroll. Yi Yuan, who do you think will obtain the 12 heavenly Tao paintings recognition? Yang Qing asked. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, it should be Kong Tan. Yang Qing said in surprise, I even thought that you'd definitely say Cloud Neon. Yi Yuan said, I'm just guessing. Talking about comprehension ability, Cloud Neon is only stronger than Kong Tan and not weaker. But her cultivation realm is too high. Her improvement is limited. Meanwhile, Kong Tan ascended to heaven, stepping into hegemon realm from Middle Emperor, Sakra, heaven, in 1 step. His current strength can probably already rival peak hegemons. In comparison, his potential is clearly a little higher. Yang Qing nodded and said, now that you said it, it's indeed the case. Yi Yuan smiled and said, but I feel that no matter who the 12 heavenly Tao paintings acknowledge, it will all be in vain in the end. Cloud Neon is still all right. Her temperament is cold. She'll remain indifferent when granted favors or being subjected to humiliation. But if it's Kong Tan, his heart will probably shatter all over the floor. When Yang Qing heard that, a hint of a smile could not help appearing in the corners of his mouth. Looking at this guy, feeling deflated, seemed to be pretty good too. At this time, the green light descended. It fell from the sky, like a comet. Boom. That green light directly smashed onto Kong Tan's body. The dust was settled. Kong Tan only felt that there was an additional trace of inexplicable connection between him and those 12 red-green scrolls. He was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Ha ha ha! It's indeed me. Indeed me. This time, it's finally me who had the last laugh. Yi Yuan, Yang Qing, Hegemon Cloud Neon. Do you guys see it? The one who has the last laugh is the real winner. You all are my Kong Tan's stepping stone. Kong Tan let out a wild laugh as he said, defeating Cloud Neon. He had indescribable joy in his heart. The nervousness of more than a decade was all dispersed at this moment. He felt that he was going to step at the peak of all the heavens and look down on all life. Feng Qingxian, you ran, and the rest all revealed looks of disappointment. A miracle indeed did not happen. Sigh, I didn't expect that Hegemon Cloud Neon actually lost to Kong Tan. I feel that her talent is only stronger and not weaker than Kong Tan. Isn't that so? With this, the fiend race is really going to rise up. Kong Tan obtained the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and ancestor heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments will probably be above progenitor Kong Nies. The dust settling, everyone could only use envious gazes to size Kong Tan up. Chapter 3067. The show is just starting. Chapter 3067. The show is just starting. Congratulations! Congratulations! Fellow Taoist Kong Tan attained Tao overnight. In the future, we can only look up to you. Hegemon Yun Shang came forward and clasped his hands at Kong Tan. There was an uproar. Hegemon Yun Shang, this kind of supreme hegemon, actually took the initiative to build friendly relations with Kong Tan. Not just him, many peak hegemons and supreme hegemons all went up and congratulated Kong Tan. Meanwhile, Kong Tan replied to them one by one, all the glory gathering onto one end. One. This was how it was. He obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and became the son of destiny. Very soon, he shall even obtain all of Hegemon heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments would be immeasurable. In fact, he might even become the second Hegemon heavenless. With this kind of future, no one dared to ignore him. Building a relations. I plus P at this time was naturally no big deal. At this very moment, there was already an body who had doubts about heavenless motives. Even the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were released. The powerhouses from all heavens made tremendous progress in these 18 years. Everyone could not think why someone who had ulterior motives would go through so much effort to improve everyone's strength. Therefore, everyone thought that Heavenless had long already fallen. Opening the Labyrinth Divine Palace was just to look for a successor. Humph! These 12 heavenly Tao paintings are really blind to actually choose that kid. In terms of talent, you're much stronger than him. A Nirvanic soul clan, Hegemon, said unhappily. He felt unjust for Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon's talent was clearly stronger than Kong Tan's. In the end, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings actually picked Kong Tan. Was this comparing advancing realms? Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, lucky chances. It's naturally obtained by those who are fated. These 12 Hegemon paintings naturally have their own rules. It can't be forced. Moreover, it's already very remarkable that I could break through to Supreme Hegemon. This kind of lucky chance isn't what anyone can have. The Nirvanic Soul Clan Hegemon nodded and said, yeah, this way, our Nirvanic Soul Clan will have 2 great Supreme Hegemons. If Hegemon Samsara doesn't come out, we can sufficiently crush the Chi Soul Clan. Kong Tan's gaze also glanced towards this time, very unhappy. This soul race actually dared to not come and congratulate. The winner becomes king, and the loser an outlaw. Since the soul race lost, then they had to bow their heads in submission. This bunch of guys was actually so haughty. After this seed achieves great beyond, I'll definitely teach you all a lesson. Also, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, weren't you guys showing off earlier? Very soon, This seat will bring the fiend race army and trample Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. Presently, he was really looking forward to ancestor heavenless inheritance. This kind of heaven-shocking major figure. If one could inherit all of his mantle, what a wonderful thing that would be. Suddenly, he glimpsed the Yi Yuan and Yang Qing in the crowd, and he immediately grinned. "The two of you, come over." Kong Tan pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a tone that allowed no questioning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Want a posture? Come yourself." Kong Tan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, the winner becomes king." No matter how breathtaking your and Yang Qing's performances were previously, it can't change the reality of being losers too. You dare to be disrespectful to this seat. This is courting death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Congratulations to you then." Very insincere. It looked more like sarcasm. The powerhouses present all shook their heads, secretly sighing at Yi Yuan's unwise move. Regarding Kong Tan finding Yi Yuan, everyone knew that he was posturing to regain face from before. Although Kong Tan's performance had always been stunning, how could such a genius be willing to submit to others? Forget about Kong Tan. If it were Yu Ran, Qin Bai Chuan, and the rest, if they attained Tao overnight, they would definitely regain face too. Yi Yuan was not even willing to lower his head at this time. Got to admit, he was courting death. Kong Tan had already obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. He would obtain ancestor heavenless inheritance very soon. Even if Yi Yuan was hiding inside the heaven formation, it was useless too. I thought that 2 dark horses were going to emerge this time. Didn't expect that they were so useless. Yeah, other people's strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. They practically did not improve much. Forget about dropping the ball at the critical moment, but to actually not even recognize how capable they are, this is courting death. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings this time, virtually everyone's strength soared. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, 2 people, appeared somewhat glaring to the eyes. Therefore, they naturally became idiots in other people's eyes. However, the 2 of them clearly did not have this self-awareness. Kong Tan's face became black as the bottom of a pot, only to see him snort coldly and casually thrust a palm out. The strength of a hegemon realm erupted fully. During these 18 years, Kong Tan's strength improved greatly. The power of this palm was absolutely not beneath peak hegemons. He had the intention of using Yi Yuan and Yang Qing to establish awe. Some people shook their heads. Some were disdainful. Some gloated over others' misfortune. All in all, they all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. However, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan, only to wave her hand casually. That powerful palm of Kong Tan's directly dissipated with the wind. It was Cloud Neon. But on the other side, Feng Qingxian secretly stomped her feet. D-A-M. N-it. This woman beat me to it. When in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Feng Qingxian already knew about Cloud Neon. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was very close to her. Therefore, she naturally felt a sense of urgency. Furthermore, Cloud Neon's talent was even greater than hers. This time, she actually broke through to Supreme Hegemon. Kong Tan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Why? Does your soul race want to become enemies with this seat? You should understand what kind of existence you're facing." Cloud Neon said coolly, "You can think whatever you want, but you can't kill him." Kong Tan's face turned black. How embarrassed. As Sing. This woman was courting death. He snorted coldly and said, "Very good. This seat has remembered it. On the day this seat breaks through to great beyond, it will be when your Nirvanic soul clan bears this seat's wrath." All the best to you. He could not bear the sight of Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. Since he could not bear looking at them, they could die. Suddenly, a figure condensed and formed above the void. It was precisely Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless has appeared. He's going to impart his skill. Sigh, really envy Kong Tan. I wonder what Ancestor Heavenless inheritance is like. When Ancestor Heavenless showed himself, everyone was very excited. This was the moment that everyone looked forward to, although it had nothing to do with them. But witnessing this moment was also pretty good. Kong Tan's face went from being overcast to bright, changing to a smiling face as he went to greet. Cloud Neon arrived next to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You don't seem worried at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you take action? What am I worried about?" Cloud Neon said, "You know that I'm not referring to this." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The show is just starting." Cloud Neon's brows furrowed, clearly not understanding what Yi Yuan was referring to. In her view, the overall situation had already been decided. As for Kong Tan's revenge, she did not care. The Tao enlightenment this time, she had benefited greatly from it. Maybe when Kong Tan became a Great Beyond powerhouse, she would be able to step into Great Beyond too. The Cloud Dream Soul physique was no joke. Except, why did Yi Yuan say that the show was just starting? Oh, right, haven't congratulated you for becoming Supreme Hegemon. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cloud Neon still remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. She said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to congratulate. When conditions are ripe, success will follow." Chapter 3068. Repeated Unforeseen Events. Chapter 3068. Repeated Unforeseen Events. Paying respect to Master. Many thanks for Master's grace of inheritance. Kong Tan will definitely inherit your great cause. Kong Tan greeted Ancestor Heavenless and knelt down respectfully. Everyone looked at him, incomparably envious. Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back. Even if it was just a phantom, he also made everyone look up to him. His gaze did not fall on Kong Tan, but Paas said through the crowd and looked over towards Yi Yuan. "Yi Yuan, are you willing to become this ancestor's successor?" Heavenless looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Amen." What was Ancestor Heavenless talking about? Everyone was absent-minded and did not react to it for some time. The person the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings acknowledged, was it not Kong Tan? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Was there something that was mistaken? Kong Tan's entire person was petrified on the stop, being stunned by this sudden turn of events. What the H-E-L-L? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Isn't he a good-for-nothing? Even if it's really a mistake, there are still many people to choose from. Why did he pick Yi Yuan? Could it be that Ancestor Heavenless has died for too long and became muddle-headed with age? After a brief silence, there was an uproar. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan, full of incomprehensibility. They did not understand why Yi Yuan, who already faded into the crowd, suddenly became the center of everyone again. Even Ancestor Endless and the rest also had dumbfounded faces. This old man is muddle-headed, right? Putting so many geniuses aside, he wants to pick a good-for-nothing to be his successor? Endless said in confusion, if he picks Yi Yuan, then wouldn't what he said before become bulls? H-I plus T? Hegemon Burning Sky also said in puzzlement. Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look, but discovered that the latter similarly had a struck, senseless look. She immediately felt relieved. It turned out that this guy also had something that he could not predict. Ever since knowing Yi Yuan, she discovered that he had always acted after planning things out. It seemed like nothing could escape his control. He was clearly very weak, but could always play a role to the fullest. With regards to this friend, she viewed him in a different light. Even if it was a moment ago, Yi Yuan looked like he had ready plans to meet any situation too. But now he was stunned. MN seemed pretty good too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Ancestor Endless would suddenly ask this. But very soon, his brows knitted together. This was a very bad omen. Are you going to take action? Yi Yuan replied with a question. Heavenless smiled and said with a nod, You're very clever. Then are you dead now, or still alive? Yi Yuan asked again. You can say dead. You can also say alive. Heavenless answered again. Yi Yuan frowned and asked again, I'm very curious. How did you place the labyrinth divine palace into the eternal river? You actually detected it. This time, Heavenless' face also revealed a look of surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I detected it from the moment I entered. Heavenless smiled and said, This ancestor indeed didn't judge wrongly. You might very likely reach this ancestor's height in the future. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm a divergent cultivator. Heavenless said, So what if you're a divergent cultivator? My generation's cultivators. Which one doesn't go against cultivation? Body has ever survived in the eternal river. Didn't this ancestor survive too? Becoming my successor. There can only be one in the world. How can you sweep across the world by learning from other people's footsteps? A hint of surprise flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was still his first time hearing that someone did not care about his ident. 1. Tai as a divergent cultivator. This ancestor Heavenless was really different from the rest. Yi Yuan could feel his heroic spirit, that kind of looking down at the world, not even putting heaven in his sights. It was also precisely because of this that he dared to resist all the heavens with the power of one sect, right? Although defeated, it was a glorious death. Yi Yuan and Heavenless conversation did not make any sense. People did not understand what was going on. The powerhouses of all heavens were like a bunch of fools, as if the only clear-headed people present were Yi Yuan and Ancestor Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless was a clear-headed person, but what right did Yi Yuan have? However, they also discerned it. It seemed like the place that they were in was actually the Eternal River. This realm was actually located in the Eternal River. The whole audience was in an uproar. This place is actually in the Eternal River. This is impossible. How can a world possibly be hidden in the Eternal River? Ancestor Heavenless strength is exceedingly formidable. If he survived in the Eternal River, forget it. But how can he possibly hide the entire labyrinth divine palace inside the Eternal River? What on earth does this guy want to do? The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Ancestor Heavenless' eyes revealed a hint of disdain. What a bunch of idiots! How unparalleledly talented was this ancestor? Even if he died, he would also have to die in a blaze of glory. How could he possibly impart his skill to others? Everything in this world, he knew it like the palm of his hand. The world was drunk. Only Yi Yuan alone was awake. This boy never believed in whatever inheritance from start to end. He came here simply to fish for benefits. When those supreme hegemons, great beyond powerhouses, were fighting for the 12 hegemon paintings, only Yi Yuan was unmoved. Furthermore, this boy's luck was unbelievably good. He could actually find 4 heavenly Tao paintings. In the end, he was the biggest winner. And Master, didn't you say that as long as I obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, I'll be able to inherit everything of yours? Kong Tan panicked. Heavenless looked at Kong Tan like looking at a fool and said, What kind of character is this ancestor? Why would I need some disciples? Inherit this ancestor's mantle? You're ting after swan meat. But But what Yi Yuan? Kong Ten felt like his brain was eaten by a dog. Drawing water with a sieve, it was all for naught. In the end, he was actually toyed in circles by people. Heavenless said coolly, "He's different from you." In the crowd, Hu Gaoshan suddenly stood up and walked toward Yi Yuan. It was just that at this time, Hu Gaoshan's disposition became like a different person from before. Yi Yuan looked at Hu Gaoshan, who was walking over head-on, and could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. Cloud Neon, who was next to him, her eyes also turned intent, her entire body going on full alert, akin to facing a great enemy. Hu Gaoshan arrived before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Heavenly Saint Yi, can you hand over the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in your hands to me for safeguarding?" He looked at Yi Yuan quietly just like that, not caring about the Cloud Neon who was beside him as well, as if doing something very ordinary. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Only he and Yang Qing, two people, knew about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. If there was another, it would be heavenless. But Hu Gaoshan actually knew too. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and had his eyes glued on Hu Gaoshan. He already knew his ident. One Tai, I really didn't expect that the exalted Hegemon Samsara was actually hiding right next to me. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. What? Hegemon Samsara? Yi Yuan has lost his mind, right? Hegemon Samsara is mysterious and hard to fathom. How can he possibly appear here? This guy is merely Emperor Vast Heaven. How can he possibly be Hegemon Samsara? No, wait, aren't the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in the sky? Why would it be at Yi Yuan there? One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In this short 15 minutes time, there were really repeated unforeseen events, making everyone unable to take it all in. Hu Gaoshan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Old man Heavenless is right. You're really very smart." Chapter 3069, each harboring ulterior motives, an explosive situation. Chapter 3069, each harboring ulterior motives, an explosive situation. Hand the heavenly Tao paintings to me. This ancestor can take you in as a disciple. Old man Heavenless is half dead. He can't prevail. You have the enshrouding mist soul physique. This ancestor can let you be reborn anew and reach the great beyond. Hu Gaoshan did not deny his ident. One, Tai but also wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple instead. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Two great overlords, the strongest two great hegemons of eternity, actually wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple at the same time, no matter what they were after. With just these words being uttered, it was sufficient to prove Yi Yuan's monstrousness. Meanwhile, Kong Tan had already completely become heir. The glory previously had long already been shattered all over the ground. There was only him and Heavenless above the sky. He was kneeling on the ground, not knowing what to do, unable to leave nor stay. So awkward. Luckily, there was already no one paying attention to him now. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement by the sudden turn of events that came back to back. Everyone's attention was focused on Yi Yuan. They were all waiting for Yi Yuan's choice. There's no problem handing it over to you. It's just that someone else probably won't agree to it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, "Take him in as a disciple?" Yi Yuan was not a fool. Hegemon Samsara turned into Hu Gaoshan and schemed for a long time by his side. This kind of person, how could Yi Yuan possibly hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to him? Yi Yuan was originally banking on the fact that Hegemon Samsara could come forward now that the 33 heavens were met with a calamity. But now, through Hegemon Samsara's various actions and conduct, he made a judgment on his character. During the havoc of the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then, Hegemon Samsara only came forward at the last moment too. With his strength, why did he not come forward earlier? Now, being met with the disaster of the blood race, Hegemon Samsara was similarly quiet and motionless. Hegemon Samsara reincarnated into hundreds of millions and comprehended on the Tao of Samsara. Yi Yuan did not believe that this level of existence would not detect the blood race's unusual movement, but he did not take any action. What did this show? This showed that Hegemon Samsara was a selfish person. This time, he was clearly aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Then what about the havoc of the labyrinth divine palace the previous time? Was his goal the 12 heavenly Tao paintings to begin with? Highly probable. This kind of person, you were hoping that he could fight to the death with the chaos bloodstone for the 33 heavens? Impossible. Giving the heavenly Tao paintings to him might not be a good thing. Ha! You're talking about Heavenless, that old ghost? This ancestor doesn't take him seriously yet. Hegemon Samsara said coolly, I'm not talking about him. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he said coolly, still not coming out? If the heavenly Tao paintings get S-N-A-T-C head away by this guy, you'll gain nothing good out of it. Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. But right at this time, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was a blue-robed youth. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. He was a member of the Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven Army too. He did not expect that these two guys were actually both hiding in his squad. However, when he saw the blue-robed youth, Yi Yuan's pupils could not help constricting. The blue-robed youth smiled strangely, and he said, looks like you've already discovered it. Got to admit, among these guys, the one that this progenitor thinks the most highly of is you. Yi Yuan's heart sank. This blue-robed youth was naturally the Chaos Bloodstone. However, at this time, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately suppress his origin of blood. Yi Yuan had detected it. This blue-robed youth was not Blood One, Blood Two they all. This guy was a fused body. This was also to say that the blue-robed youth was the combined body of several Bloodstone clones. This guy's strength was unfathomable. Samsara's pupils constricted, and he said, didn't expect that you came to. Looks like you're aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings too. The blue-robed youth smiled sinisterly and charmingly as he said, this kind of precious treasure that was born in the eternal river, who won't be moved? Yi Yuan, you have a trace of this progenitor's origin of blood. As long as you hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to this progenitor can guarantee that you'll only have one person above you and everyone else under you. In these 33 heavens, body will be able to shake your status. It's the blood race's progenitor. This blue-robed youth is actually the blood race's progenitor. What capability does Yi Yuan have to actually make these three great overlords show favor to him at the same time? Also, what are the heavenly Tao paintings that they are talking about? Could it be that those red-green jade scrolls are actually the heavenly Tao paintings? Then what did we comprehend? The crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Many people did not know about the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone, and so they addressed him as the blood race's progenitor. Of course, there was no reason to know. It was just that Heavenless Samsara, blood progenitor, these three great overlords could be said to be the apex of the 33 heavens already. These three great overlords actually tossed out an olive branch to Yi Yuan at the same time. Yi Yuan's weight in these three people's hearts could be seen. In comparison, Kong Tan was simply weak to the max. What was laughable was that he previously actually still thought that he had already obtained it and wanted to harm Yi Yuan. Thinking about it now, it was really laughable to the extreme. At this time, Samsara said coolly, Yi Yuan, that lover of yours, seems to already have a part of her divine soul enter samsara, right? In the heavens above and below the ground. Only this ancestor can find her. Do you want to consider it? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, looking at Hegeman Samsara with a look of shock. He actually even knew about this. Hegeman Samsara was really too scary. This guy had G. Oh, he knows how many clones. Furthermore, there were not many who knew that Mu Lingxue existed. It looked like this clone even had a considerable connection to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's agitated expression, the blue-robed youth knew, in his mind, that things were not good. He snorted coldly and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. A formidable to the extreme power of origin completely locked onto Yi Yuan. He could not even move a muscle. Yi Yuan was horrified in his heart. Was this the superlative of power? Too strong. When Hegeman Samsara saw the situation, how could he be willing to yield? Similarly, he also grabbed toward Yi Yuan. Samsara origin erupting, it was actually not the least bit weaker than the blue-robed youth. No one could have expected that a puny little Hu Gaoshan actually erupted with such terrifying strength. Yi Yuan shouted madly in his heart. D.A.M. And it, old man Heavenless, why haven't you made a move? Sure enough, right at the same time when the two people erupted, Heavenless also erupted. It was only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. Boom! A large hole was directly blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing. Hitting thin air, the two people's expressions were very ugly. Ancestor Heavenless snorted coldly and said, "These 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it can land in whoever's hands, but it can't land in your hands. Moreover, you guys are very arrogant. Have you forgotten whose territory this place belongs to?" Samsara snorted coldly and said, "Old man Heavenless, in your half-dead state, what can you do to me?" The blue-robed youth also smiled and said, "Heavenless, now isn't your era anymore. Go in peace. Leave the 33 heavens to this progenitor." When Heavenless heard that, he let out a wild laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, you guys are also too naive. The two of you are merely clones. That's all. To also dare act wildly in front of this ancestor. Haven't you guys always been guessing what this ancestor's goal of opening up the Labyrinth Divine Palace is for? Now, I'll let you all witness the plan that this ancestor has been preparing for several 100,000 years. Chapter 3070, Transforming into Chaos. Chapter 3070, Transforming into Chaos. Extreme Tao True Fire, arise. Boom. Heavenless spread out both arms. Flames that covered the sky filled the entire Labyrinth Divine Palace. Terrifying fire tongues danced wildly in the S.P.A.C. A group of people who were slightly weaker was directly swallowed up by the fire tongues, emitting shrill screams. They did not die immediately, but were burned by the true fire. Meanwhile, the people who were not engulfed, they avoided those flame tongues crazily. Hegeman Samsara and the blue-robed youth were originally somewhat apprehensive, but seeing these flames, they immediately revealed a hint of disdainful expression. I was wondering what trump card. It turned out that it's this. This fire is too weak. Hegeman Samsara casually pushed a CLU-S to her flames aside and said, "Coolly." The blue-robed youth smiled and said, "Ancestor Heavenless, you're old. Go in peace. This bit of cultivation base can't trap us." Not just them, Ancestor Endless and the rest, even those supreme hegemons, turned their noses up at this. The power of this flame was too weak, but Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. He detected a trace of a different aura. "What? This flame isn't powerful, right?" Cloud Neon asked. Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression, "This scene looks somewhat like refining pills." Cloudneon's brows shot up, and she said in surprise, "Refining pills? Using so many living people to refine pills?" Yi Yuan said with a look of shock, "That's right. I think I understand what he's trying to do. This guy is really too crazy." "Ha ha ha. You brat, you can really be described using wise and farsighted. I really can't hide anything from you. That's right, this seat opened up the labyrinth divine palace and let the geniuses from all heavens come in, and even brought out the fake 12 heavenly Tao paintings of my lifetime comprehension to let all of you visualize and gain enlightenment, improving your strength. It's for the sake of refining a chaos, heavenly pill that no one has never refined. The stronger you all are, the greater the medicinal effect of this chaos, heavenly pill. This seat wants to corroborate my Tao with this pill and transcend the great beyond." Ancestor Heavenless let out a loud laugh and said, "What? He wants to use us to refine pills?" This Kong Tan was not far away from Ancestor Heavenless. He could hear these words clearly. It was seriously too shocking. There was actually someone who would do something so crazy. He thought that he had swept across his peers and obtained Ancestor Heavenless recognition. He could look forward to the future. But only until now did he know that he was a complete and utter idiot. Ancestor Heavenless never looked him in the eye before. In comparison, Ancestor Heavenless said that he wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple previously. That was to give him a chance to survive. The disparity between the two people was really like heaven and earth. Arg, I don't want to be refined in a heavenly pill. I want to charge out. No way. I can't die here. I'm going to break this world and leave the labyrinth divine palace. Hurry up and go. Can't sit here and resign ourselves to our doom. The powerhouses of all heavens fell into madness. They desperately wanted to charge out. Except, how could they charge out? Ha ha ha. Escape? Where can you all escape? This seat turned into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill refining furnace. All of you are merely inside the pill refining furnace. Or should I say, you all are inside this ancestor's body. Without this ancestor's agreement, which of you can go out? Heavenless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also had a look of shock as he listened. This Ancestor Heavenless was really a complete and utter madman. He actually completely turned himself and this world into a part of chaos. No wonder he could survive in the eternal river. Yi Yuan also understood why he said that he was alive and also dead. Ancestor Heavenless could not leave the eternal river at all, but he made use of the eternal river to open a passageway to all the heavens, and he then attracted countless geniuses and major powerhouses into the labyrinth divine palace. Disregarding other things, no one could stop the temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It looked like Ancestor Heavenless was really forced into a desperate situation back then. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to this plan too, corroborating his Tao with alchemy. How similar was this to him refining the Tao-defying pill back then, turning the tables in a desperate situation, facing the sun and being born in adversity. It was just that his method was seriously too cruel. Of course, Yi Yuan also did not expect that Ancestor Heavenless was actually also such a terrifying chaos heavenly master. Extreme Tao True Fire, start again. Refine for me. Heavenless roared loudly. The power of the extreme Tao True Fire directly rose significantly. With this, those hegemons could not hold out anymore too. There were a few hegemons who were slightly inattentive and were directly wrapped up by the true fire. They could not even escape. Miserable cries lingered on incessantly. The aura of despair was spreading. Kid, this ancestor will give you another chance. Do you want to become this ancestor's disciple? After this ancestor unifies the 33 heavens and kills Samsara, that old dog, you'll be the #1 person under this ancestor. This kind of glory isn't what anyone has the chance to enjoy. Heavenless said. Clearly, he was moved by his love for geniuses. However, Yi Yuan was unmoved and shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. I already have a teacher. I won't change lineages in this lifetime." Ancestor Heavenless said with a cold snort, "In these 33 heavens, who is more qualified than this ancestor to be your master? With your cultivation base, even if it's ordinary hegemon realms, they can't teach you anything anymore, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "My master is just a peak hegemon, but he's more qualified to be my master than you. You all, these supreme powerhouses, are all self-centered people. Why would you really have the intention to accept a disciple? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're probably very apprehensive of me, right? Taking me in as a disciple is merely to lock me by your side and to not give me a chance to Serpa. SU. I wonder if I'm right?" By the side, Cloud Neon, Feng Qingxian, and the rest all revealed looks of surprise. This answer was really surprising to them. Ancestor Heavenless laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Why would this ancestor fear you, a measly little emperor vast heaven?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "You transformed into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill furnace. You're strong, very strong. You can even trap Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstones clones. But unfortunately, you know that you can't trap me, because what I cultivate is also the eternal river's chaos. If I didn't guess wrongly, my appearance should be something that you didn't expect. You also didn't expect that after several 100,000 years, there's actually a brat who similarly cultivated the eternal river's chaos." Ancestor Heavenless complexion gradually turned dark. This boy's intellect was close to monstrous. Really, nothing could be hidden from him. His thoughts were actually guessed, not far off the mark by him. Starting from when Yi Yuan appeared in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he was shocked. In this world, other than him, how could there be someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos as well? Although the two of their Daos were very different, without a doubt, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was pure to the extreme. He transformed into chaos. Actually, it was blazing another trail to integrate as one with the eternal river. Then he was using the eternal river's power to go and kill someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos. This was impossible. Chapter 3071, Checks and Balance. Chapter 3071, Checks and Balance. Cloud Neon, Feng Qingxian, and the others who were by the side were all stunned. The exalted ancestor, Heavenly Emperor, one of the strongest major powers in the 33 heavens since ancient times, was actually fearful of a measly little emperor vast heaven. Such a thing was seriously too fantastical. The development of things was really full of twists and turns. It was just that no matter how it twisted, they also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually played such an important role in it. In that case, you're going to be enemies with me? Heavenless expression gradually turned cold. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an emperor vast heaven. He was apprehensive of Yi Yuan, but did not really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You want to see the light of day again? It has nothing to do with me. You want to transcend the great beyond, and it has nothing to do with me as well. However, these people that I brought, I'll naturally be bringing them away too. In addition, my friends will be brought away too. Apart from these, do as you please." Yi Yuan was just doing what ought to be done. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, but he was not a goody two-shoes. He knew that bringing everyone away was not too realistic. After all, his strength was limited. But to let him watch Yang Qing, Feng Qingxian, Cloud Neon, these close friends court their death with his own eyes. He could not do it. This was true even if he was facing the three great overlords. Heavenless sneered and said, Yi Yuan, this ancestor is a little apprehensive of you, but aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? It's as easy as turning over my hand for this ancestor to kill you. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Don't try that stuff with me, all right? If Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone didn't come, it's naturally easy for you to kill me. But now, the majority of your energy will have to be placed on them, right? Making a move against me will be equivalent to giving them an opportunity to exploit. Are you sure that you want to make a move against me? Heavenless was virtually about to collapse. This brat was really hard to deal with. Heavenless thought that he had schemed against all the heavens, but he did not expect to be cornered by a little bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. Boom. A loud noise. Suddenly, the void trembled. Heavenless expression changed, immediately disappearing. The swaying labyrinth divine palace stabilized very quickly. Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone had joined forces. They were bombarding the S.P.A.C., trying to breach this world. Ordinary power was naturally unable to do it, but they could. These two people both grasped people at the end of the world and were terrifyingly strong. Although their true body did not come here, their strength similarly could not be underestimated. The two people joining hands, their strength could be seen at a glance. However, Heavenless was stronger. In the eternal river, the power of chaos flowed in an endless stream. Heavenless could draw out the power of the chaos endlessly to repair the labyrinth divine world. It just depended on whether his speed of repair could match up to the speed of destruction. A bunch of fools, what are you still in a daze for? Everyone, attack one point with us. As long as we breach this world, everyone will have hope of escaping. Otherwise, you all can wait to die. The Chaos Bloodstone said with exasperation. Only then did everyone wake up from the dream. These Hegemon realms, and even great beyond realms, naturally could not be refined, as and when you liked. This required a drawn-out process. Refining the Chaos Heavenly Pill was similarly a long process. Clearly, they still had the strength left to destroy the labyrinth divine world. Quickly, attack. Fight it out. Old man Heavenless, this seat will find trouble with you. Blood Progenitor will listen to you. Powerhouses from all heavens gathered around the two overlords, preparing to attack the labyrinth divine world. Ancestor Endless, Ancestor Burning Sky, Ancestor Profound Ice, as well as Hegemon Yunshang, these supreme hegemons, all came over. In order to survive, they put aside their animosity for the time being and joined hands to face the enemy. To such powerhouses, breaking through a world was a common thing. Except, this world was different. It was Ancestor Heavenless Incarnation. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, Okay, I'll count to 3. Everyone will join forces to attack that point. This ancestor wants to see how strong this world is. 1, 2. All the Hegemon realms, as well as the numerous origin realms, Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses, brought out their killing moves one after another. For a moment, the power of origin was torrential and grandiose above the void. 3. Counting to 3, a myriad of arrows was released simultaneously, a series of powers that was terrifying, until it made people feel suffocated, bombarded right onto a spatial node. Boom! The earth quaked and mountains swayed. That spatial node was directly caved in. The deformation was visible to the naked eye. 2 great supremacies, 3 mighty great beyonds, as well as numerous supreme hegemons. This force was seriously too terrifying. No matter how strong Ancestor Heavenless was, it was impossible to be completely unscathed too. When everyone saw this scene, they were wildly ecstatic. They saw hope. But in the next second, everyone was petrified. This was because that S.P., a sea that dented and was recovering again at a speed visible to the naked eye. In merely a few breaths of time, everything returned to normal. How can this be? This recovery speed is also too fast. The recovery ability is so strong. How can we possibly break through? Ancestor Heavenless strength is also too strong, right? Ah, ah, ah. Some people finally could not endure it and were swallowed by the fire tongues. Everyone's faces revealed a look of despair. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, all pulling a long face for, continue attacking. Old Man Heavenless can quickly repair S.P. A C by relying on the eternal river's chaos. But it's not unlimited either. His repair speed will get slower and slower. It will depend on who can hold out first. Everyone, follow my orders and attack that nodal point just now again. Far away, Yi Yuan, Yang Qing, including Cloudnian's soul race and Feng Qingxuan's true spirit race, they all did not take part. Compared to the Chaos Bloodstone, they trusted Yi Yuan more. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses also had quite a number of people that died. There were only over 30,000 people who were still following Yi Yuan now. The numbers were still dwindling continuously, seeing that the development of things was exactly the same as what Yi Yuan predicted. Their confidence in Yi Yuan was boosted. As long as there was Heavenly Saint Yi around, there was nothing that could not be resolved. Right now, the situation was already very clear. Ancestor Heavenless already had no time to spare for other things in order to maintain the stability of the labyrinth divine world, and Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone similarly would spare no efforts to attack in order to escape this world. At this time, many Hegemon realms were tainted by many flame tongues on their bodies. This extreme Tao true fire did not look strong, but it was like bone-infesting maggots, corroding everyone. And the power of flames that the two great supremacies were enduring was clearly the strongest. The others were merely small fries. Yi Yuan, what should we do? Do we lend them a helping hand or operate on our own? Feng Qingxian asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, those people are being made use of. Attacking the labyrinth divine world will consume power rapidly. The two supremacies' attacks look fierce, but I feel that it shouldn't be their true strength. They are ACCU, mule-adding power, preparing for the final blow. Furthermore, even if these people break through the labyrinth divine world with their consumption, it's impossible to escape the eternal river too. I estimate that the two great supremacies should have the strength to escape. In fact, maybe their true bodies are already waiting to receive them outside of the eternal river. Everyone was filled with fear. These two great supremacies really had wicked thoughts. Then what should we do? Feng Qingxian said anxiously, find the universe scroll. As long as I comprehend spatial origin, I'll be able to bring all of you out. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze. Chapter 3072. It's also too supernatural. Chapter 3072. It's also too supernatural. Yi Yuan took out the lambskin skin scroll and let everyone look it over. Everyone exchanged glances, disbelieving expressions on their faces. This is the real 12 Heavenly Tao painting. It doesn't look like it at all. This thing is also too ordinary, right? If it was given to me, I might directly throw it away. What's laughable is that Kong Tan thought he obtained the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings, but it turns out that they were actually counterfeits. This lambskin scroll was seriously too ordinary. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, they were also not very convinced that this was the legendary 12 heavenly Tao paintings. The appearance was really not nice. If Ancestor Heavenless had not personally admitted it, they would definitely think that Yi Yuan was joking. Hence, everyone started searching for the Universe Scroll. Yi Yuan's spatial rule was already not far from Origin Realm. Actually, with his current strength, leaving on his own was not difficult. Ancestor Heavenless transformed into chaos, which was also to say that the labyrinth divine world was one with the eternal river's chaos. Yi Yuan only needed to activate chaos divine essence to simulate the state of incarnating into chaos and execute spatial divine ability, and he would be able to fuse into one with the labyrinth divine world. Then, break free from the labyrinth divine world. But with his current spatial divine ability, he could not bring everyone away. Yi Yuan also did not dare to slack off in searching for the Universe Scroll. Along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, the power of the extreme Tao true fire grew stronger and stronger. Even if it was boiling frogs on low heat, it was also not what the average person could withstand. More and more people were being refined. Above the void, rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The fierce battles between Ancestor Heavenless and the powerhouses from all heavens were still at a stalemate. A portion of the hegemon realms was getting weaker and weaker. Under the extreme Tao True Fire's refinement, their strength was already somewhat falling short of their wishes. Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone had also sustained considerable injuries at this time. In this world, the vast majority of the extreme Tao True Fire was released at them. The two people already had multiple areas on their body that were burned, but the attacks were still continuing. Although that spatial node was still being repaired, it was no longer as fast as before. This also gave everyone hope. Originally, it would be able to recover in a few breaths, but now it already needed 100 breaths of time. Furthermore, it was still continuing to weaken. For the sake of this glimmer of hope, those hegemon realms also spared no effort. After all, everyone was doing it in order to live and not be refined into a heavenly pill. Such a conclusion was a little too tragic. In a side hall, Yi Yuan was sizing up and down, currently looking for the heavenly Tao painting. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was precisely Ancestor Heavenless. Yi Yuan, give up. You can't find the Universe Scroll, although you've obtained 4 out of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Even if you can find one more, how would you know that it will be the Universe Scroll? Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back as he said calmly. This phantom of his was very illusory. Clearly, it was not powerful. It could be seen that he also did not have much energy to deal with Yi Yuan currently. Yi Yuan did not look at him and said coolly, "You came to find me. Does it mean that I'm very close to the Universe Scroll?" Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but there were no ripples on his face. This sly old fox naturally would not reveal any flaws. However, it did not matter to Yi Yuan anymore. He believed in his own destiny. Whatever you think. This ancestor just came here to tell you that those guys are not far from being refined anymore. Once they are refined, it will be time for you to die. You still have time to leave now, by yourself. Heavenless said with a faint smile, "You can see through my cultivation. You can see through my chaos divine essence. But regarding some things, you won't be able to see through, such as my destiny." Yi Yuan said with a smile. He did not shun away from anything. Destiny was vague and insubstantial. If it was a Tao, no one had ever corroborated their Tao with this before. Other great Taos had their cultivation methods. Only destiny, this path, was elusive, and the extreme medicine sect's blessing power was willingly formed by countless predecessors. That was how it formed such magical power. The extreme medicine sect once had someone who studied this thing before, but was similarly gainless. But Yi Yuan was an anomaly. All the predecessors acknowledged Yi Yuan. Heavenless naturally did not believe it. He laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you wouldn't be telling this ancestor that the heavenly Tao paintings previously were all found due to good luck, right? This ancestor is similarly someone who holds a great destiny. But to talk about being able to find a heavenly Tao painting by randomly trying your luck, that's also too nonsensical." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I know that you don't believe it, but actually when I came here, I already gave up on looking for any treasure. I was just strolling around idly. Then I found the Heaven Scroll." Heavenless was shocked in his heart again. A level of existence like him. How could he be easy to hoodwink? Heavenless felt that Yi Yuan was not lying. While talking, Yi Yuan already left this great hall. Heavenless did not give up. He continued to follow Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan guessed correctly. This place was already very close to the Universe Scroll. After the Great Hall, there were rows of houses. Those were the residences of some low-level disciples. Yi Yuan came to this area and walked leisurely. It was as if he was sightseeing. Heavenless heart also tensed up. Could it be that this guy was really so supernatural? Somebody's destiny was actually even stronger than your father's? This ancestor doesn't believe it. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3. Heavenless shouted in his heart. He naturally knew where the Universe Scroll was placed. He also did not deliberately hide it. He just casually threw it to some inconspicuous place. The Universe Scroll was in this house's room C3. But freaking H, E, L, L, the direction that Yi Yuan was walking was getting closer and closer to room C3. Ancestor Heavenly Tao already did not have the energy to transfer these Heavenly Tao paintings now. Refining so many powerhouses, even with his ability, it was absolutely not a walk in the park too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit, turning into room C3. Ancestor Heavenless felt that his heart was about to explode. There were at least several hundred houses here. Why did this guy pick this one? I'm depressed. This boy was simply supernatural. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. This Universe Scroll is placed extremely secretively. This ancestor doesn't believe that he can find that secret compartment. Even if his heart was already surging like a torrential tide, he did not express it in the slightest. He just pretended to be nonchalant and followed behind Yi Yuan and entered room C3 too. Everything was so natural. Did Yi Yuan know that the Universe Scroll was here? Of course he did not know. He was really walking randomly, and then he suddenly turned in here. Sometimes luck was this magical. You sought desperately but could not obtain it. But joy would fall from the sky unwittingly. Yi Yuan walked 2 rounds in room C3 and discovered a study room. He then walked in. "Ancestor, do you think the Universe Scroll will be here?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but his face was very calm as he said, "The Labyrinth Divine Palace's low-level disciples, their houses number in the tens of thousands, yet you picked this one. If you can really find it, wouldn't this ancestor become a joke? Or are you trying to bait it out of this ancestor?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You're overthinking it. I was just bored and wanted to chat with you. I know that an old monster like you, even if I really find it, you all won't show anything too." While talking, Yi Yuan arrived next to the bookshelf and casually picked up a book and started flipping it. Ancestor Heavenless Heart thumped again. This was also too freaking supernatural. Chapter 3073, Unparalleled Under the Heavens. Chapter 3073, Unparalleled Under the Heavens. This was naturally not the Universe Scroll, but it was too close to the secret compartment's mechanism. Yi Yuan took a few looks. These were some essays and poems. Feeling bored, he put it back where it was. A large rock landed on the ground in Heavenless Heart. What a close shave. Immediately, he sneered incessantly. Ha! What wielder of great destiny! You even bluffed this ancestor. In the end, didn't you still brush past it? This boy, when he's on his deathbed, and this ancestor tells him that here is where the universe scroll was placed, would the expression on his face be very fascinating? Heavenless could not help somewhat looking forward to him. In fact, he was really scared half to death just now. However, he also knew that at this time, he absolutely could not give anything away. This boy was too sharp. Once he revealed any hints, he would definitely see through something. From start to end, his face was placid without any ripples. Right at this time, a CLUS, Tur of Extreme Tao True Fire rose up, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. A burst of chaos divine essence was fired out, directly dispersing it. Coincidentally, this attack's aftershock was not exhausted, and it actually directly slammed onto the mechanism. Click! The secret compartment opened, revealing the lambskin scroll inside. Ancestor Heavenless, who was still gloating just now, was staring dumbfoundedly. So coincidental. This CLUS, Tur of Extreme Tao True Fire was really divine. The position, the angle, they were just right. As if it was opening the mechanism. For Yi Yuan, his Extreme Tao True Fire followed like a shadow, but Yi Yuan was too powerful. With the power of the Extreme Tao True Fire presently, it was unable to harm him at all. The Extreme Tao True Fire previously, Heavenless saw it too. Yi Yuan could crush it with a wave of his hand. Chaos Divine Essence was no joke, unless he could divert his energy to specifically target Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he completely could not do anything to him at the moment. But coincidentally, this CLUS, Tur of Extreme Tao True Fire, was really too timely. A myriad of profanities galloped across in Ancestor Heavenless Heart. Yi Yuan also looked at the secret compartment rather surprisedly and suddenly smiled. Senior Heavenless, I didn't expect that it's really so coincidental. This lambskin scroll wouldn't be the universe volume, right? Actually, he already knew the answer. Ancestor Heavenless expression already landed in his eyes. His dumbfoundedness clearly showed that this was the universe volume. The extreme medicine sex ancestors, you all are really too awesome. Destiny was indeed foreordained by the unseen. Yi Yuan casually picked up the lambskin scroll. Upon looking, what could it be if not the universe scroll? I said it before. My luck has always been pretty good. However, without Senior Heavenless Extreme Tao True Fire, I'd really have walked past the universe scroll. Many thanks, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless Heart was already filled with shock and depression. He did not expect that it was actually this an Extreme Tao True Fire that helped Yi Yuan find the universe scroll. A holder of great destiny. Was this the holder of great destiny? This brat's luck was a little too good, right? It was not that he did not believe in destiny. It was just that he never thought that someone could use this kind of unusual method to find the heavenly Tao painting. Kid, consider yourself ruthless. Hope that you can comprehend spatial origin before this ancestor exterminates them. Ancestor Heavenless figure directly dissipated without leaving even a word behind. No more face. In addition, he also had to speed up refining those powerhouses. At this time, his apprehension towards Yi Yuan was no less than that of Hegemon, Samsara, and Chaos Bloodstone. Obtaining the universe scroll, Yi Yuan did not get too entangled either. Injecting Chaos Divine Essence, and directly started gaining enlightenment on Tao. He also knew that it was not the time to be pleased with himself at present. How this farce would end, no one knew either. But Yi Yuan did not want to see Ancestor Heavenless return to the 33 heavens. This might not be a good thing for the 33 heavens. However, making use of Ancestor Hegemon to inflict heavy wounds on Hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone was a pretty good choice. It seemed like he could set the snipe and clam at each other and take advantage of them both. The present situation was rather delicate. If Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Samsara pill were refined, and Ancestor Hegemon really refined them into the strongest chaos, heavenly pill in history, he might really be able to transcend the great beyond. With Ancestor Heavenless temperament, the consequences were seriously hard to predict. But if Hegemon, Samsara, and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were seriously wounded and Ancestor Hegemon was not able to refine them, this way, the three great supremacies would all be hurt. These two great clones were very important existences to Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone. Once heavily injured, the main body would definitely be greatly implicated. However, this angle had to be grasped well. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan already had a plan in his heart. Of course, the prerequisite for all these was comprehending spatial origin first. Hegemon, Samsara, and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were almost despairing. At this time, including them, they no longer had the strength left to attack the Labyrinth Divine World anymore. They were very strong, but they were just clones in the end. The entire Labyrinth Divine World was Ancestor Heavenless main body. This was no joke. I didn't expect that I was actually schemed against by this sly old fox. Losing this clone, this progenitor's strength will reduce by at least 30%. Once Old Man Heavenless really succeeds in refining the pill and recondenses a physical body, transcending the great beyond, then the consequences will be too severe. Hegemon Samsara was bitterly remorseful in his heart. The temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings was too strong. It was just that he did not expect that not only did Ancestor Heavenless not die, but furthermore, he transformed into chaos and refined himself together with the Labyrinth Divine World. Such means were too fantastical. He was originally very confident. With this clone's strength, obtaining the 12 heavenly Tao paintings would be effortless. Who knew that he still walked into a trap? Everyone knew that Old Man Heavenless did not have good intentions. But no one expected that Old Man Heavenless boldness was actually so great. He schemed against all the 33 heavens' top powerhouses. There was also the Chaos Bloodstone, who had the same idea as him. The blue-robed youth said with regret, this progenitor thought that I schemed against all the heavens. Didn't expect that in the end, I'm still less skilled than Old Man Heavenless. Old Man Samsara, I didn't expect that this progenitor would fail to exchange blows with you. I was actually defeated under Old Man Heavenless hands in the end. Hegemon Samsara sighed and said, in the end, this progenitor still underestimated him. Looks like of the three of us, it's still him who won in the end. Yours and my clone being refined into a heavenly pill, it will be equivalent to losing 30% to 40% of our strength. It will simply be impossible to be his match anymore. The blue-robed youth suddenly remembered someone and said, where's Yi Yuan, that boy? Is he dead? Samsara smiled lightly and said, you seem to have quite a deep resentment toward that boy. The blue-robed youth snorted coldly and said, that's because you didn't become his opponent. Otherwise, your resentment will be very deep too. Back then, he made this progenitor suffer a huge loss at true sovereign heaven realm. This isn't what the average person can accompli. Plus, if he didn't die yet, maybe this situation can still have a sudden turn of events. Samsara shook his head and said with a bitter smile, You're thinking too much. This progenitor admits that that boy is very impressive, but old man Heavenless isn't a worthless wretch like you. Being able to scheme against the two of us at the same time, his intelligence is truly unparalleled under the heavens. Resign yourself to fate. Chapter 3074. Ruined my great plan. Chapter 3074. Ruined my great plan. I almost can't hold on anymore. Cloud Neon, do you think Yi Yuan can find the universe volume? Feng Qingxuan's breathing was barely perceptible as she said to the Cloud Neon next to her. Cloud Neon's situation was not much better than hers too. Her soul body was faint. Even if she had myriad origins, she could not withstand being refined by the blazing fire too. There were several supreme hegemons who were already refined. Cloud Neon had formidable strength by relying on the Cloud Dream soul physique, and forcefully held on until now. Among the over 50,000 people that Yi Yuan brought, there was only 1/3 left now. Yang Qing's strength far surpassed said his peers, but at this time, he already could not hold out as well. It's too hard, putting aside that there are tens of thousands of residences here. Even if he can really find a heavenly Tao painting, it might not be the universe volume, too. This possibility is negligible. Cloud Neon said weakly, Yi Yuan will definitely find it. Although Yang Qing was weak, these words had a decisiveness that could chop iron. Cloud Neon shook her head and did not argue. Her personality was cold, and she did not like to argue with people. If there were really any altercations, she would just kill them. Yang Qing saw that she did not believe him. He said, You all don't know this, but Yi Yuan has the extreme medicine sex power of blessing on him. His luck is heaven-defyingly good. Otherwise, how do you all think he found so many heavenly Tao paintings? The look in Cloud Neon's eyes gradually became somewhat lax. The extreme Tao true fire on her body also gradually grew more vigorous. She could not hold on much longer. Hegemon realm powerhouses were the targets that were prioritized. Instead, it was those under Hegemon realm that had higher hopes of survival. With Cloud Neon being a supreme hegemon, Ancestor Heavenless naturally would not let her off too. I can't anymore. Yi Yuan, where are you? I really want to see you one last time. Feng Qingxuan's consciousness became a little blurry. The current Ancestor Heavenless was very pleased with himself. The several hundreds of thousands of years' worth of plan, it was finally going to be realized. Ha ha ha. Samsara, blood progenitor. You guys never dreamed that it's this ancestor who had the last laugh, right? This heavenly pill, this ancestor will name it great beyond flower blooming. From now on, above in the heavens and beneath the earth, I alone reign supreme. I'm called Heavenless. I am heaven. Ancestor Heavenless said excitedly. How grieving was the defeat back then. Now, he staged a comeback and finally had the last laugh, trampling all the heavens and myriad worlds under his foot. How glorious was this! Also, Yi Yuan Punk won't be able to make it in time anymore. In another 2 hours, this ancestor will be able to refine everyone. So what if he's lucky? You ultimately can't escape death. Ancestor Heavenless voice spread throughout the entire labyrinth divine world. Right at this time, a surge of origin power suddenly descended. Spatial origin. Ancestor Heavenless smugness abruptly stopped. How is this possible? It had just been 3 months, and he actually comprehended spatial origin? Ancestor Heavenless was shocked. Spatial origin was one of few great origins that was the hardest to comprehend out of the myriad origins and rules. In terms of difficulty, it was no less difficult than Samsara origin and the origin of blood. How could this kind of heaven-defyingly complex origin power be easy to comprehend? the Tao of S, P, A, C. Very few people dared to dabble in it. Because origin, this hurdle, one might get stuck for tens of thousands of years. Once you were unable to break through to hegemon realm, then you would be forcibly ground to death by Tao tribulation. Only progenitor Meteon, this kind of natural-born hegemon, dared to spend countless years to go and gain enlightenment on spatial origin and attain great Tao. Ancestor Heavenless touched his own heart and felt that he was amazingly talented, but he also did not dare say that he could comprehend spatial origin within 3 months. Even if there was the universe volume, it would be impossible to. Yet, Yi Yuan accomplished it. How could this kid be so monstrous? At the same time, Yi Yuan's imposing aura was currently rising crazily. Ancestor Heavenless' expression changed drastically because he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently absorbing the Labyrinth Divine World's power to increase his cultivation realm. Was this boy crazy? He incarnated into chaos. The Labyrinth Divine World was his physical body. Now, with Yi Yuan absorbing the Labyrinth Divine World's power, it was equivalent to drawing out his power. D-A-M, and it. Boy, you're courting death. Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, this ancestor will exterminate you first. Ancestor Heavenless' furious voice reverberated throughout the entire Labyrinth Divine World. Yi Yuan naturally would not stop. Ever since he entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he comprehended 2 great origins consecutively, and he also comprehended the Universe Scroll. Actually, he could have broken through long ago. But before this, he chose not to break through in order to not alarm the enemy. At this time, when he comprehended spatial origin, his cultivation realm seemed like the floodgates opening, rising in a surging tide. Ancestor Heavenless was utterly horrified because Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the power of chaos was seriously too fast and too much. His power was being diminished rapidly. He actually discovered that him absorbing the Eternal River's power was not as fast as Yi Yuan absorbing it. Originally, Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone, who were already on death's door, were startled awake again by this sudden turn of events. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. An unforeseen accident really occurred. It was Yi Yuan. In an instant, they even felt that the power of the extreme Tao True Fire had also weakened by a lot. D-A-M, N-Punk, you ruin my great plan. This ancestor will kill you. Die for this ancestor. Heavenless was furious. The extreme Tao True Fire around Yi Yuan instantly engulfed him. Yi Yuan, Cloud Neon, and the rest were originally pleasantly surprised. But at this time, they turned pale with fright. They knew how great the power of this extreme Tao True Fire was. Once Ancestor Heavenless deliberately targeted Yi Yuan, then Yi Yuan would die beyond a doubt. Hegemon, Samsara, and Chaos Bloodstone exchanged a glance. The other party instantly understood tacitly. At this time, they felt that the extreme Tao True Fire that suppressed them was clearly weakened by a great deal. Heavenless power had quite a bit that was drawn out to begin with. Now, he was also deliberately targeting Yi Yuan. He naturally did not have that much energy to place on Samsara 2 people. An opportunity like this, how could sly foxes like them possibly let it go? At virtually the same time, the 2 people erupted again. Old Man Heavenless, watch this. A shocking power suddenly erupted. Although they were being refined to the point of death, they had always retained the power of a single blow, being able to be named 3 great supremacies with Ancestor Heavenless. The 2 of their strength could be imagined. Boom! The Labyrinth Divine Palace shook violently. The spatial node that they bombarded actually had a large hole that was blasted out. The Eternal River's power of chaos flooded in crazily. Ha ha ha! Old Man Heavenless, you were pleased with yourself too early. You never dreamed that you'd fall at the hands of a measly little emperor vast heaven, right? Old thing, this progenitor is leaving. The chaos bloodstone gave a loud laugh, turned into a streak of B-L-O-O-D-Y light, and tunneled right into the chaos. Gemin Samsara smiled and said, Old man heavenless, although this progenitor is seriously injured, who will emerge victorious is not yet known. Yi Yuan, this boy, he really gives people a pleasant surprise. Finished saying, he also turned into a wisp of green smoke and tunneled out. Ancestor Endless 3 people, as well as many supreme hegemons, were all not refined yet. Seeing a large hole being blown out in the labyrinth divine world, Ancestor Endless 3 people's eyes flickered, directly tearing across the air. However, those supreme hegemons were not so lucky. Although the vast majority of the people among them had not been refined yet, they no longer had the strength left to escape anymore. Only several powerful individuals followed Ancestor Endless 3 people and escaped. Chapter 3075, Eternal River Breakthrough. Chapter 3075, Eternal River Breakthrough. Wai Yi Yuan He, Feng Qingxian choked and could not continue. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at had already turned into an endless sea of fire. Further, under Ancestor Heavenless violent rage, Yi Yuan had no possibility of surviving at all. Cloud Neon sighed slightly and said, If he went, then he went. Before long, we'll be following him too. Gemin, Samsara, they all ran, but these supreme hegemons had not run away yet. It was naturally impossible for Ancestor Heavenless to let them off. Feng Qingxuan's expression turned dim. Her eyes actually had an additional hint of liberation. Yi Yuan punk, you ruined my great plan. This ancestor wants you to die without a burial ground. D-A-M-N-it. 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 Above the void came Ancestor Heavenless furious voice. He had plotted for several 100,000 years, and throughout the labyrinth divine palace, this enormous bait. It was for the sake of luring progenitor Samsara over. In fact, the Chaos Bloodstone was in his scheme too. This time, if he rounded up all the heavens' powerhouses in one fell swoop, he would recover his peak strength. Even improving a step further was possible. However, such a perfect plan was ruined at Yi Yuan's hands. How could he not be furious? Without Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone, these two great supremacies, his great beyond flower-blooming pill could only be considered a defective product. No matter how many supreme hegemons there were, it could not make up for the loss of great beyond powerhouses too. But very soon, Ancestor Heavenless realized that something was wrong. This is impossible. That kid is already dead. But why is my power still flowing away? Ancestor Heavenless became alarmed and furious. Under this kind of blazing fire, Yi Yuan had long already died thoroughly, but his power of chaos was still fading away rapidly. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, and he was struck dumb with amazement. This is impossible. Could it be that punk already tore through the boundary? He's absorbing my power in the Eternal River, on the Eternal River's S-H-O-R-E. In a different place, a figure was standing with his hands behind his back. This person was wearing a silk headdress on his head and had a handsome face like carved jade, looking suave and free, like a very ordinary scholar. It was only to see him open both arms up. One invisible force after another gathered in one place from all directions. His power could also be seen rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. No idea how long had Pa S said either. His power could not rise anymore. This was the Eternal River's mainstream. The surging power of chaos virtually crushed people until they exploded. Only by reaching his level of boundary With strength infinitely close to transcending the great beyond, could one stay in the eternal river for a short duration? He looked at the boundless eternal river and said under his breath, I didn't expect that old man heavenless actually concealed such a plan. This time, I really suffered a double loss. Fortunately, the Chaos Bloodstone also suffered serious injuries this time. From today onwards, the 33 heavens will likely be reshuffling. This handsome scholar was the incomparably mysterious hegemon, Samsara. In order to save this great beyond clone, he summoned his clones from all heavens and reunited the soul bodies. It was only the current him, was that hegemon, Samsara, who made people tremble with fear. Except his expression was very ugly. He already knew about the events that happened in the labyrinth divine world. His moment of greed actually made him fall for the trick. However, he never dreamed that Ancestor Heavenless could actually survive for hundreds of thousands of years in the eternal river. If not for this, how could he easily risk his life? Suddenly, Samsara's mind stirred, his figure entering the eternal river. Around him, the power of chaos surged frenziedly. He actually forcibly split apart the incomparably powerful eternal river's water. The might of hegemon Samsara was unbelievably formidable. His speed was extremely fast, like a great whale cleaving the waves and advancing. Without equal, in a blink of an eye, he arrived at a place. It was precisely where the labyrinth divine world was at. Right at this time, a streak of B-L-O-O-D-Y light cut through the waves and came from another direction. Who could it be if not the Chaos Bloodstone? But what came over was actually a blood-red-colored stone. This stone gave people an extremely evil feeling. It was as if it could corrode the myriad worlds. This was the Chaos Bloodstone's main body. No one knew where it was. But at this time, he came for this clone. Hegemon Samsara looked at the Chaos Bloodstone and said, I didn't expect that the first time we would meet would actually be here. The Chaos Bloodstone said, this progenitor also didn't expect it. Having obtained this chance, Ancestor Heavenless is probably going to stage a comeback, right? Samsara stood with his hands behind his back and said with a slight nod, his ambitions are huge. He definitely won't let this opportunity go. It's just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this monster, actually appeared and ruined his grand plan. You and I broke out. His wishful thinking is considered to have fallen flat. The Chaos Bloodstone laughed loudly and said, ha ha. This time, you all know this progenitor's gloom, right? This boy has ruined my plans time, and again, starting from true sovereign heaven, it's just that I never expected that he actually saved this progenitor this time. Samsara snorted coldly and said, do you think that he'll be so kind-hearted? This boy is shrewd as H-E-L-L. I suspect that he deliberately dragged it out until the last second before choosing to break through. This time, the three of us are all weakened and defeated. We probably won't have the strength to take action within a short time. This boy is so cunning. Hegemon Samsara cultivated his heart across myriad worlds. How astute was he? With Yi Yuan creating an opportunity, letting them break free, he saw through what Yi Yuan was thinking with one glance. It was just that this was an open scheme. Even if he knew about it, he was helpless too. Great beyond clone being seriously wounded, he needed to go into close seclusion for a period of time. The Chaos Bloodstone smiled and said, but this time he's dead for sure too. Old Man Heavenless will definitely vent all of his anger on him. There's no hope for him. Hegemon Samsara nodded slightly, clearly quite in agreement too. Suddenly his mind stirred. A figure cut through the air. It was precisely his great beyond clone. The power of Samsara surged, directly splitting apart the eternal river's sieve waves, welcoming back his clone and integrating it into his body. On the other side, the Chaos Bloodstone did the same. Done with these, he turned around and left. But right at this time, his entire body trembled. In the Eternal River, an Astonis, plusing aura surged to the sky. The door of eternal life stood proudly in the void, only to see a figure rush up to the sky and smash toward the door of eternal life with a punch. Hegemon, Samsara, and Chaos Bloodstone's pupils constricted, looks of astonishment on their faces. That's Yi Yuan. Hegemon, Samsara said in shock. Not only did he not die, but he also even pry open the second seal. Chaos Bloodstone seemed to be trembling. This boy can actually be like fish in water inside the Eternal River. Hegemon, Samsara sighed again. I even thought that Ancestor Heavenless burned him to death. I didn't expect that he had actually already escaped into the Eternal River. Old Man Heavenless can only show off his power in the labyrinth divine world now. How can he do anything to him? The Chaos Bloodstone said in shock again. Boom! With a loud bang, the second seal opened in response to the noise. The astonishment on Hegemon Samsara's face turned into a bitter smile, and he said, I didn't expect that in this drama that schemed against all the heavens, the one who had the last laugh is actually this boy. Looks like we got to think of a way to eliminate this boy. Hegemon, Samsara felt a grave threat. This kind of threat was even stronger than Chaos Bloodstone and Heavenless. With his cultivation, he would not be so at ease in the Eternal River too. Chapter 3076, Tearing Through the Boundary. Chapter 3076, Tearing Through the Boundary. Refine for me. Heavenless roared, angrily. The extreme Tao true fire on cloud neon, and the others suddenly became stronger. Everyone let out fled grown without prior agreement, their auras dropping considerably all at once. It looked like they were not going to make it. Yang Qing could not stand it a long time ago. If not for Cloud Neon splitting off a portion of Soul Force to help him resist the extreme Tao true fire, he would have long died. Seeing everyone falter, Heavenless laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan brat, this ancestor can't do anything to you. But did you think I am helpless against your friends? This ancestor wants you to regret what you've done. Incarnating into chaos, Ancestor Heavenless had given up too much. Outside of this world, he lost the ability to take the initiative to launch attacks. Hence, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. He could only vent his fury on Yi Yuan and the rest. Yang Qing's entire body was being burned by the blazing fire and no longer looked human. His entire body was chapped. It was as if a layer of skin was going to shed. He gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, "Ha, this old man is really a coward. Just you wait. After this seat achieves great beyond realm, I'll definitely thrash you until not even your mother can recognize you." Feng Qingxian was at her last breath as she said, "Already someone who's about to die. What are you still posturing for? But knowing that Yi Yuan didn't die, I can also close my eyes in death." Her eyes carried endless reluctance to part, but the vitality of life on her body gradually started dissipating. Right at this time, a thick divine essence wrapped her entire body up. A surge of spatial power separated the extreme Tao true fire and forcibly pulled Feng Qingxian out. A chill struck. Feng Qingxuan's entire person immediately felt much more awake. It was a sea of chaos before her eyes. A figure was standing not far away, with chaos divine essence flooding out of his body. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? There was also Cloud Neon, Yang Qing, and the rest who were rescued along with her. Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven's several thousand powerhouses were also brought out by Yi Yuan. These several thousand people actually withstood the test of the blazing fire and survived. In fact, Yi Yuan even brought Kong Tan, Yu Ran, and the rest of the younger generation hegemon realm powerhouses out. Feng Qingxian was wildly ecstatic. I actually didn't die. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I promised you all to save everyone. I naturally won't go back on my words. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a dazed look, You are already Emperor Sakra Heaven? Clearly, the key point that he was focusing on was different. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Sakra Heaven meant that he could wreck Yang Qing without employing the Tao sword. Unbearable. Why was it that, in a blink of an eye, this guy was going to catch up to him again? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Even Kong Ten could cross a major realm. I wouldn't be worse than him, right? Uffed. Kong Ten spewed out a mouthful of old blood and nearly fainted in anger. He really almost fainted. Each and every one of them was incomparably weak right now. They were just hanging on with one final breath. Yeah, Big Brother Yi Yuan is really a peerless talent. He's very different from us mortals. Previously, I had some misunderstanding with Big Brother Yi Yuan. It was all this younger sister's fault. The life-saving grace this time. Yu Ran will bear it in mind. Yu Ran also turned pale at this time, but her attitude was already very different. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually save her. After all, it was not pleasant previously. No matter what objective Yi Yuan had, he saved her life after all. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just nodded his head slightly and did not express much. He naturally saved Kong Tan, and the rest for a purpose. After going out this time, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would definitely come under attack on all sides. The blood race, soul race, and also the various races in all the heavens, they would not be friendly to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, especially since his own existence was a huge latent danger. The Chaos Bloodstone, Hegemon Samsara, Ancestor Heavenless, these three supremacies all viewed him as a thorn in the side. Therefore, allies were very important. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace, it was mostly geniuses having disputes caused by personal feelings and not irreconcilable enmity. Saving these people, even if they did not bear the kindness in mind, they would at least be Imbara said to kick them while they were down. Only Kong Tan's face turned bright red during the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time. Although he broke through the fetters in one stroke and broke through to Hegemon Realm, his face was utterly lost. Originally thought that he was the child of destiny, the ruler of all the heavens in the future, who knew that he actually became a jumping clown in the end, being poked fun at by Yi Yuan. He did not even dare to let out a fart. If it were before, he would definitely rebut Yi Yuan. But feeling that incomparably thick chaos divine essence around, he kept his mouth shut sensibly. This chaos divine essence was too strong. A genius like him, the fiendish skill that he cultivated was incomparably pure. His fiend essence was also incomparably thick. But compared to Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence, it was like GLA's meeting diamond. Too fragile. This chaos divine essence did not have the slightest discordance when it met with the eternal river's chaos. It was also precisely because of this chaos divine essence that they could survive in the eternal river. As long as Yi Yuan rescinded the chaos divine essence, they would immediately be crushed into dregs by the eternal river's chaos. Only at this moment did he deeply experience why the dignified ancestor Heavenless would be so fearful of Yi Yuan. Many thanks for Brother Ye's life-saving grace. My World's End Pavilion owes you a favor. Many thanks to Brother Yi for helping out. Our Fire Spirit clan won't forget your kindness. Brother Yi, if you're free in the future, come to our Flying Cloud clan to be a guest. I'll definitely satisfy Brother Yi. The geniuses who were rescued cupped their fists and saluted Yi Yuan one after another. This kindness was not small. However, those that Yi Yuan rescued were all juniors. Yi Yuan did not save a single one of those peak hegemons and supreme hegemons. The divine essence, consumed to save a supreme hegemon, was too much. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an emperor, Sakra heaven. Now, one cloud neon already consumed half of his energy. Bringing another one would take his life. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Just a matter of lifting a hand. It's not worth mentioning, but everyone shouldn't be happy too early. With 3 great overlords coming into being, a sanguinary slaughter will surely be set off in the 33 heavens. And, body can stay detached from the matter. Therefore, from now on, everyone will be on the same boat. Everyone, take care of yourselves." Finished saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone and headed to the nearest eternal river branch stream. Rumble! Behind, the labyrinth divine world gave off intense tremors. It turned into a huge fireball in an instant. When everyone saw it, their expressions could not help but change. If they did not come out, they would probably all be refined now, right? Thinking of how those supreme hegemons all fell in the labyrinth divine world, they rejoiced jubilantly. Yi Yuan brat, you ruined my grand plan. When this ancestor recovers my physical body, I'll cross worlds and come. I'll definitely exterminate your grand bright jade, complete heaven, until not even chickens and dogs are spared. Not even chickens or dogs will be spared. From behind came ancestor Heavenless Bellow. This furious roar made even the eternal river tremble. Everyone's faces turned pale, afraid that ancestor Heavenless would chase after. Yi Yuan said coolly, "No need to worry. He's badly wounded now, and needs to focus fully on refining the pill. He can't chase after us at all." Suddenly, everyone saw that there were 2 more powerful auras not far away, only to see that hegemon, samsara, and chaos bloodstone were both cleaving through the waves and advancing, their imposing momentum shocking the heavens. These 2 great supremacies' main bodies arrived in person, but at this time they were gasping heavily for air, seemingly very wretched. But Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was like a large SHI+P, carrying everyone forward along with the waves very comfortably. Everyone exchanged glances, incredibly shocked in their hearts. Chapter 3077, Returning to the Sect. Chapter 3077, Returning to the Sect. Are the 2 of you hurrying on your way? Do you want to ride? Yi Yuan looked at the 2 great supremacies and said with a relaxed expression. Hegemon Samsara's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, forming an irreconcilable enmity with this progenitor isn't some wise move. Every day that you don't step into great beyond realm, it will be one day that you don't have the qualifications to challenge this ancestor." But the current hegemon Samsara was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. That pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. It was just that powerhouses from all heavens were watching, and Yi Yuan kicked him in the face. It was very ugly. The Bloodstone also spoke up, saying angrily, "Yi Yuan brat, after returning this time, this progenitor will do my best to destroy Grand Bright Jade. Complete heaven, you have to be prepared." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Is this how you talk to your savior? With your tolerance. How will you guys rule the heavens?" Next to Yi Yuan, many people were all desperately holding in their laughter. Although Yi Yuan had suspicions of playing with fire and burning himself, looking at the 2 great supremacies getting deflated was still a very pleasant thing. especially that these two great supremacies were not on friendly terms. Hegemon Samsara stared at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, you think that you can hide from this progenitor's arcane eyes with your bit of cunning? You're still a bit too inexperienced to fight with this progenitor. You want to make the three of us tie each other down, so as to buy time to grow up. You counted your chickens before they hatched. Now, you're the common enemy of the three of us. After this ancestor returns to my position, the first thing that I'm going to do is to kill you." Chaos Bloodstone also said, "Kid, you're already Emperor Sakra Heaven. Do you think that this progenitor will still give you time to grow up? You're probably thinking too much." With two great overlords being unanimous and actually wanting to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan, this made everyone quake in their boots. This was no joke. Although these two great supremacies struggled immensely in the Eternal River, it was precisely because of this that made their strength even more evident. At this time, the strength that these two great supremacies exhibited made them feel suffocated. This was true strength that was about to transcend the great beyond realm. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all, saying with a light smile, "You guys had better consider how to recover your strength first. If my guesses are right, the two of you are seriously injured this time, and your main bodies also have to enter the Eternal River. You'll definitely suffer great damage. Even at this time, when your Tao foundations will be damaged, or not as hard to say, you actually still have spare time to come and threaten me. Once your Tao foundations suffer damage, no matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it will be impossible to transcend the great beyond too." Being exposed by Yi Yuan, the two great supremacies turned somewhat angry from Imbara. Esment, just as Yi Yuan said, the two of them were already struggling to save their own skin. How could they have the energy to come and deal with Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan scheming against the three great supremacies this time could be said to be extremely successful. All right, since the two of you have unmatched powers, you don't need this Yi. Then I'll be making a move first. Finished saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone and actually overtook the two great supremacies. In the Eternal River, Yi Yuan's speed of advancement was extremely fast, even faster than the two great supremacies. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling great admiration in their hearts, posturing without leaving a trace, flicking his sleeves, and leaving afterward. Yi Yuan was really too impressive. Watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Hegemon Samsara's expression was very grim. Can't let this boy continue to grow up unchecked. This boy cultivates chaos. His destiny is heaven-defying. Once he breaks through to Hegemon realm, it will be difficult for you and me to deal with him as well. Samsara said in a solemn voice, after going back this time, this ancestor will gather the blood race members across the heavens and besiege Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. I won't rest until I kill Yi Yuan. Really didn't expect that this boy would actually grow to such a level. If I had known it would come to this, this progenitor should have killed him back then at all costs. The Chaos Bloodstone's intestines were green with regret. Back then, if he did his utmost, killing a puny little Yi Yuan would naturally be like taking something out of his own pocket. But at that time, he had many misgivings, resulting in missing the opportunity. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was already Emperor Sakra, Heaven. At present, although Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet, he could already sufficiently stand alone. After they recovered from their injuries and exited seclusion, no idea to what extent Yi Yuan would grow. Hegemon Samsara's gaze flickered, and he said, "You don't have to regret it either. Whether or not he can grow up is still unknown. Don't you forget, before Hegemon realm, he still has a shocking great tribulation." The Chaos Bloodstone shuddered, and he said, You mean the Hegemen Tao tribulation? Hegemen, Samsara nodded and said, That's right. This boy is going against heaven. His strength can be rated as monstrous. His Hegemen Tao tribulation is bound to shock heaven and earth. If he makes it through this hurdle, you and I might not be able to do anything to him. But wanting to make it through this hurdle is easier said than done. The Chaos Bloodstone seemed a little excited as he said, You're right. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have there been? But there has never been a divergent cultivator who could overcome the Hegemen Tao tribulation. Ha ha, brat, just you be smug. The faster you cultivate, the quicker you'll die too. However, this progenitor is still not giving him the chance to assault Hegemen realm. This progenitor will definitely be destroying Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, at Extreme Medicine Sect, Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. Meteon and Cloudmount, two people, stood on top of the mountain, straining their eyes and looking into the distance. Their hearts weighed down with worry. Over 20 years ago, Meteon already arrived in Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. It was for the sake of learning about Yi Yuan's news at the first moment. Yi Yuan's departure was several decades long. To this day, there was no news. Meteon was very worried. There's no news after so long. Could Yi Yuan? Cloudmount's eyes revealed sorrow. There was no news from the geniuses from all heavens. This was the worst news. This indicated that the Labyrinth Divine Palace was indeed fishy. Old man, Heavenless was not easy to get along with. Meteon was also laden with anxieties as he said, Alas, I was too greedy. I knew long ago that this trip was incredibly dangerous. I should have stopped him back then. Cloudmount said, Senior, you don't need to blame yourself. Don't you know what that boy is like? The things that he decided, even if the sky falls down, and, body can stop him too. Although this boy didn't say it, I know that him going to the Labyrinth Divine Palace, half of it is to search for chaos, heavenly medicines for me. Meteon sighed and said, This progenitor watched Heavenless that brat grow up. He's amazingly gifted. If we were to find another genius that can rival Yi Yuan in this world, then there's only Heavenless. Now, there's no news for several decades. Yi Yuan is probably fraught with grim possibilities. Although Meteon's strength could not compare to Heavenless, his seniority was even older than Heavenless. He and the Labyrinth Divine Palace's old palace master, there was a friends. H-I+P with complete mutual understanding. It was also precisely because of this that he knew about Heavenless talent and scheming mind even more. Originally, he was the same as the powerhouses of all heavens, harboring a fluke mentality, thinking that Heavenless had already died in the Eternal River. But looking at it now, they were too naive. Cloudmount choked as he said, this bunch of old bones, am really good for nothing. If my strength is still there, I'll definitely personally go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace to ensure his safety. But the two old men's tears shed in the Extreme Medicine Sect. And right at this time, a group of small black dots appeared on the horizon. Meteon's entire body trembled, seeing Yi Yuan, who was right at the front at one glance. Senior Meteon, Master, Yi Yuan is back. The Extreme Medicine Sect seethed with excitement. Chapter 3078, All Heavens Shocked. Chapter 3078, All Heavens Shocked. In the Extreme Medicine Sect's Great Hall, it was silent. Meteon, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest all had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they wanted to see through him, hearing everything that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was like they were listening to a book from heaven. This Labyrinth Divine Palace trip actually concealed such a huge conspiracy. But in the end, the three great supremacies were scammed by Yi Yuan until they could not do anything about it. This scheme that swept up the entire 33 heavens, the biggest winner was actually Yi Yuan, this puny little emperor vast heaven one. If they did not know Yi Yuan's character, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse, saying that Yi Yuan was making up stories. What made people even more overjoyed was that among the grand bright jade complete heaven powerhouses that Yi Yuan brought, more than 40 hegemon realms were actually born. These people all broke through their realms when visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Although a large batch was refined and died, there were also more than 20,000 people who came back with Yi Yuan. Grand bright jade, complete heaven's hegemon realm powerhouses, was suddenly replenished again. Yi Yuan brought them back safely. There was no greater merit. Kid, I really don't know what to say about you. After a long time, Mi Tian squeezed this sentence out. Having learned about the events that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Mi Tian's frame of mind was like it went on a roller coaster. Regarding Heavenless, not many people understood him better than him. Not only was this guy extremely powerful, but he was also even adept at scheming. He was an extremely troublesome character. Learning that he did not know, Mi Tian's heart could not help pounding. But who knew that he was actually completely eaten up by Yi Yuan? But Cloudmount said worriedly, Yi Yuan, this time you've offended the three great supremacies at once. They will definitely view you as a thorn in the side. With our grand bright jade, complete heavens, ACCU, mulations, we probably can't hold them off. Mi Tian frowned and said, this matter is indeed troublesome. But in the present situation, Yi Yuan is an arrow notched on the bow, no choice but to release it. Otherwise, if Heavenless, that brat, really refines the chaos heavenly pill, the consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. How about this? This progenitor will migrate all of the four symbols' true spirit clans to grand bright jade, complete heaven. Whatever they are going to do, this progenitor will receive it all. The moment these words came out, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest were all visibly moved. They did not expect that Mi Tian could actually go so far. For Yi Yuan's sake, one had to know that the four symbols' true spirit clans had already been in Void Shrine illuminating heaven for God knows how many years already. That place was their root. It was their home that was Pa-S, said down from generation to generation. Furthermore, Void Shrine illuminating heaven belonged to a higher level plane. The heaven and earth spiritual energy, origin comprehensions, all were much stronger than grand bright jade, complete heaven. But Mi Tian was actually going to migrate the four symbols' true spirit clans over for Yi Yuan's sake. Cloudmount frowned and said, Senior Mi Tian, this is no joke. I know that you're powerful and your prestige in the Azure Dragon clan is extremely high, but migration, this sort of thing, the implications are too deep. You still have to think thrice. Mi Tian waved his hand and said, those three great supremacies are each harboring their own ulterior motives. No matter which one of the three of them transcends the great beyond in the end, it will be a cataclysmic disaster for us. Therefore, what does it matter where we are? All right, my mind is made up. No need to urge any more. Very soon, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's news spread out, and all the heavens were shocked, except the protagonist of everyone's discussion was Yi Yuan, this unknown emperor vast heaven powerhouse. Ancestor Heavenless actually didn't die. Luckily, I withstood the temptation and didn't go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Otherwise, it would probably have been impossible to escape my doom this time. Who's Yi Yuan? This guy actually made the three great overlord hegemons suffer a loss. Why have I never heard of this name before? This boy actually just came out of Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. According to what I know, In Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Supreme Hegemons can already claim hegemony. There's also news that just came over. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven also produced a genius called Yang Qing this time, suppressing all the geniuses from all heavens. And Yi Yuan is even more monstrous than this genius. He couldn't even be bothered to compete with his peers. When the geniuses from all heavens returned to their own factions, they naturally had to report to the top. And these news spread far and wide, sweeping across the entire 33 heavens very quickly. Yi Yuan's great reputation suddenly became known by all. Fiend Race, Ancestor Kong, Nia was currently pacing back and forth, clearly angered badly. He pointed at Kong Tan's nose and cried out angrily, "You're great! Really excellent! You fool! You've lost your father's face across the entire 33 heavens this time. Are you satisfied? Amen." Yi Yuan became famous across the 33 heavens. Kong Ten also became famous across the 33 heavens. It was just that it was about his notoriety. During the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip, the one who was the worst off was Kong Tan. Not only was he toyed like a monkey by Yi Yuan, but he was also even utterly played by Ancestor Heavenless and almost did not make it back. The Fiend Race hegemons that he brought over had also all died out, the losses very severe. When these news spread out, the Fiend Race had already become the laughingstock of all the heavens. Kong Tan's days were naturally difficult. Not just Kong Tan, even Kong Nia's old face had nowhere to put. In just these few days of work, there were already several old friends who ran over to congratulate him. Kong Ten knelt down with a thud and said in tears, "Progenitor, it's all because of that Yi Yuan. This child swears to definitely tear that punk's corpse to pieces and restore the dignity of my fiend race." Kong Nia sneered and said, with just the likes of you? That Yi Yuan can refine the eternal river's chaos. His talent shakes you off by more than 10 streets. He doesn't even need to break through to Hegemon realm and can already abuse you to tears. How can a genius that can make even the 3 great overlord hegemons apprehensive be a mediocre person? Forget about Yi Yuan, even compared to that Yang Qing. You're far worse too. Kong Tan was scolded by Progenitor Kong, Nia, until he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Too little regard for his face. Kong Nia saw that he was unconvinced and said with a cold smile, "Put away that pitiful pride of yours. From now on, don't think about becoming enemies with Yi Yuan. You are not his match. Also, scram back to the clan and enter closed seclusion for this progenitor. The 33 heavens are going to fall into turmoil right away. If this progenitor doesn't let you exit seclusion, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the clan ground." At Jotian Emperor Palace, inside a region of S.P.A.C., Ancestor Endless Aura was feeble. Clearly, he was badly injured. By relying on his incredible cultivation, he rushed out of the eternal river. However, he was refined into serious injuries by Heavenless to begin with. Being severely wounded by the eternal river as well, he was currently almost dead. Next to him, Zhou Xianchen revealed a look of worry. "Ancestor, are you okay?" Ancestor Endless shook his head slightly and said, "Won't die, but not far from death either." Zhou Xianchen said, "Ancestor, rest assured. This child will definitely refine a chaos heavenly hill and help you recover your strength." Ancestor Endless smiled bitterly and said, "You are still a bit lacking. Even if there's chaos heavenly medicines for you, you'll be squandering good stuff too." Zhou Xianchen did not argue anything. He knew that Ancestor was telling the truth. Ancestor Endless sighed and said, "Old Man Heavenless is indeed still Old Man Heavenless. This time, it's really a double loss. But fortunately, you broke through to Hegemon Realm 2, and you became a Chaos Heavenly Master. Your potential is greater than your father's. You have hope of succeeding this ancestor's mantle in the future. Remember, have more dealings with Yi Yuan in the future. This boy's future accomplishments are limitless. Chapter 3079, Laying Out the Future. Chapter 3079, Laying Out the Future. Birds cry plaintively before they die. Men speak kindly in the presence of death. Ancestor Endless was not a kind person. Otherwise, he would not have defended the Zhou family's supreme position for hundreds of thousands of years. But this time, he was really injured. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, he hurt his Tao foundation. There was no more hope of transcending the great beyond in this lifetime. Therefore, he needed to arrange for the Zhou family's future. In the Zhou family, only Zhou Xianqin's talent was the most significant. He was naturally the focus of heavy grooming. Ancestor, you can definitely recover your strength. Our Zhou family won't fall. Zhou Xianqin said in tears. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, I'm clear about my situation. This time, after almost being refined by Old Man Heavenless and also sustaining heavy wounds in the Eternal River's chaos, my Tao foundation is already ruined. Even if I recover, my strength can't recover to the peak anymore either. In fact, I can't even maintain Great Beyond Realm anymore too. It's all the influence of greed. Xianqin, in the future, you have to remember this ancestor's lesson. Zhou Xianqin knelt down and said, This child will bear it in mind. Ancestor Endless nodded his head and continued, Xianqin, you've already entered Hegemon Realm. This ancestor no longer has anything to teach you. Your cultivation realm in the future will depend on your fortunes. Now, this ancestor will give you a mission. You must complete it. Seeing Ancestor Endless say it solemnly, Zhou Xianqin's expression turned somber, and he said solemnly, Ancestor, please instruct. Even if I lay down my life, Xianqin will complete it too. Ancestor Endless said, Tomorrow you lead half of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's forces and go to Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, to cast your lot with Yi Yuan. Zhou Xianqin's entire body trembled, and he cried out in shock, What? This? How can we do this? This order surprised Zhou Xianqin too much. He did not expect his ancestor to actually make such a shocking move. Half of the Zhou family's forces. That was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. This strength was sufficient to sweep across Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. One had to know that Zhoutian Emperor Palace had 3 supreme hegemons, 7 to 8 peak hegemons, and even more ordinary hegemons. And this was also where the Zhou family's foundation lay. Now, he was actually going to make half of the forces go to Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. This was a huge gamble. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, This ancestor knows what you want to say, but right now, the 33 heaven situation is already very clear. It's time to pick a side. Indeed, under those 3 old monsters' powerful strength, the current Yi Yuan is still not considered much. But once he can break the shackles and break through to Hegemon Realm, even if it's those 3 old monsters, they will tremble too. Zhou Xianqin said in confusion, I know that Yi Yuan's talent is unprecedented throughout the ages, but he's a divergent cultivator after all. Although he has already broken through to Emperor Sakra Heaven, he's still far away from the 3 great ancestors' realm. No? The look in Ancestor Endless' eyes revealed a wise light, and he said with a nod, I don't understand this Yi Yuan, but I understand Old Man Heavenless. Someone that can make him afraid is absolutely worth us casting our lots. Doesn't Old Man Heavenless know that he's a divergent cultivator? But why is he still afraid of Yi Yuan? There weren't divergent cultivators who broke through to Hegemon Realm in the past, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Understand? Zhou Xianqin was shocked in his heart and nodded solemnly. He did not expect Ancestor to actually evaluate Yi Yuan from this angle. Who was Ancestor Heavenless? That was humanity's #1 major power, the strongest genius since ancient times. He was afraid, which meant that Yi Yuan had hope of breaking through to Hegemon realm. The next day, Jotian Emperor Palace brought half of Jotian Emperor Palace's forces, shattering the void and leaving. Half of this force was not just Hegemon realm. There were also the powerhouses under Hegemon realm, and the number reached tens of thousands of people. These were all the Jotian Emperor Palace's elite forces. This matter caused a great sensation in Abyspa S Origin Grotto Heaven regarding Ancestor Endless' decision. The other 3 great factions all turned their noses up in disdain. In the Eternal River's branch stream, the Zwa family's ancestor said with a snicker, her ancestor Eternal River suffered too great a stimulus this time. He actually made such a stupid move. He actually bet all of the Jotian Emperor Palace's treasures on a divergent cultivator. It's also an action that can't be helped. Old Man Heavenless is about to see the light of day again. He has already offended Old Man Heavenless badly. It's naturally impossible to seek refuge with him anymore. Melody Nether Heavenly Sex Ancestor said coolly, Jotian Emperor Palace is considered finished. However, we've also reached the point of taking sides. When Ancestor Heavenless returns, he probably won't allow us to refuse. Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion's ancestor let out a sigh and said, the moment he said so, the other 2 people both fell silent. On Heavenly Dragon Island, Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the people in charge of the 4 symbols' family clans were all present. I object. Progenitor, I know that Yi Yuan saved your life, but you can't use our entire clan's lives to joke about too. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is where our foundation lies. But now, you want to go to a low-level plane. How will the entire clan view you? When Mi Tian explained his intentions, his own supporter, Long Jian, was actually the first to jump out and oppose it. The other 3 clans' leaders also all had tightly furrowed brows, rather unhappy. The Dragon Clan was the Dragon Clan, in terms of bloodline and ability. Their 3 clans were not the slightest bit worse than the Dragon Clan. Now, Progenitor Mi Tian actually made the decision for them. Progenitor Mi Tian, this is also too ridiculous, right? This time, although you saved our 3 clans, you also can't make our 3 clans bet all of our lives because of this, right? Wan Qing has said, unhappily, want to go, your Dragon Clan, can go yourself. Our White Tiger Clan absolutely won't leave Void Shrine illuminating heaven, unless Progenitor Mi Tian, you annihilate our clan. Baiji did not give the slightest bit of face and outrightly refused. Xian Taiching said coolly, Progenitor, wanting to make us migrate, shouldn't you convince Long Jian they all first? You all can't even get your people on board. What right do you have to make us migrate? Progenitor Mi Tian smiled and said, I presume you all have also heard about the Labyrinth Divine Palace's matter. Now, the scheme has already gradually become clear. That's right. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is indeed where our foundation lies. But can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked once the Blood Race army arrives? Do you all really think that just based on us 4 clans, we'll be able to defend Void Shrine illuminating heaven? Back then, during the Labyrinth Divine Palace upheaval, Heavenless that Brat only temporarily didn't storm Void Shrine, illuminating heaven on account of this progenitor's face. If the Labyrinth Divine Palace's army really comes, can you all stop them? Everyone's expressions changed. These words were not false. Progenitor Mi Tian and Ancestor Heavenless Master were on very close terms. Ancestor Heavenless only did not make a move against Void Shrine illuminating heaven on account of his face. But later, Hegemon's samsara took action. Apart from the dragon race, the other 3 races joined the battle too. It was impossible for Ancestor Heavenless not to remember the enmity. Humph! No matter what, making our 4 clans migrate for a divergent cultivator who's destined to never break through to Hegemon. This is also too preposterous. Progenitor, pardon us for not complying with the order, Baiji said in a solemn voice. But at this time, a figure suddenly appeared. He looked at Mi-Tian and said coldly, Mi-Tian, are you crazy? For Yi Yuan, that boy, you actually want to make the entire dragon clan be buried in death? If you want to migrate, sure. You and I have a fight. You can talk again after killing me. Chapter 3080. 100 Claws Scratching the Heart. Chapter 3080. 100 Claws Scratching the Heart. Mi-Tian looked at the arrival and just smiled. He was not surprised about Mi-Jun's appearance. Mi-Jun was extremely cold-blooded and also extremely conceited. But his feelings toward the Dragon Clan were not falsified. Although his methods previously made people despise him, his goal was indeed to make the dragon race stronger. He had his blood essence extracted by blood too, his Tao foundation ruined. He would not be able to advance any longer in this lifetime. But hearing that Mi-Tian was going to migrate the Dragon Clan, he still appeared. Progenitor, although I hate Mi-Jun very much, this time I agree with him. Our Dragon Clan can't migrate. Long Jian said straightforwardly. The conversation seemed to be over already. However, not only was Mi-Tian not worried, he smiled even happier instead. Her got to admit, Yi Yuan, this boy foresees with divine accuracy. So before coming here, he made me bring this. Finished saying, everyone just felt a blur before their eyes, and they instantly disappeared. They were standing from D's point of view, looking down on all life. Heaven volume. This feeling was magical to the extreme. Where is this? This feeling makes every pore of mine open up. My D, I became heavenly Tao. I feel like I'm controlling everything now. What a magical feeling. What a wonderful experience. Progenitor Mi-Tian, what did you do to us? Big brother, I feel that I have hope of recovering my strength. Could this be the legendary heaven volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Mi-Jun's experience and knowledge were naturally not what others could compare to. This incomparably wonderful feeling, he thought of the heaven volume right away, but the moment he said it, the others were even more shocked. This is actually the heaven volume. No wonder Ancestor Heavenless could reach that kind of terrifying realm. With this thing, I won't be worse than him either. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Progenitor Mi-Tian, why would you have such a thing? Can you keep on letting me comprehend like this? I'm willing to pay any price. I'm willing too. Big brother, have you had a change of heart and specifically let me gain enlightenment on the heaven volume? I'll definitely repent in earnest and reform my former faults. Mi-Jun cried bitterly and said, Who's? H. Plus in a twinkle, everyone returned from heaven to the mortal world. The few people exchanged glances, an immense sense of loss on their faces. That sort of experience just now was really too amazing, reaching their level of boundary. Even the slightest improvement in cultivation was harder than ascending to heaven. But with the heaven volume, they were confident that they could break through to great beyond realm. Mi-Tian looked at everyone rather interestedly. Seeing the reaction on their faces, he knew that it was done. These people could not resist the temptation of the heaven volume at all. Progenitor Mi-Tian, why are we back? This bit of time is too short. Bai Shou was the first to speak up. Clearly, He was already deeply drawn by that miraculous feeling. Yeah, progenitor, you're deliberately whetting our appetite. One Tez, give us some more time, and I feel that I can break through to great beyond realm already. Xian Taiqing said impatiently, Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you, let me comprehend a while more. Although I'm unable to make any more breakthroughs, this heaven volume can restore my cultivation realm. Among these people, the most anxious was Mi Zhen. His Dao foundation was ruined. Currently, his strength was merely equivalent to the weakest hegemon realm. Putting it bluntly, he was a piece of trash. To the current him, who was in a prominent position in the past, this kind of temptation was too great. However, Mi Tian just shrugged and said with a smile, Sorry, Yi Yuan only injected this much chaos divine essence into the heaven volume. The effects of the heaven volume can only be maintained for so long too. The few people's faces turned black, instantly understanding what progenitor Mi Tian wanted to do. Terrific lad. He was preparing for this. This old thing was really cunning, throwing out such a huge bait at them. Turns out that it was to make them agree to the migration. Dream on. But that kind of feeling just now was really very marvelous. Great beyond realm had already blocked them for countless years. This step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But with the heaven volume, it was completely different. The few of them were all top geniuses of all races. As long as they immersed in that feeling just now for a while more, they believed that they would definitely be able to break through. Progenitor Mi Tian. Other things can be discussed, but this great migration is absolutely impossible. Other than this, I'm willing to pay any price, as long as you can lend me the heaven volume. I guarantee that as long as I break through to great beyond realm, I'll immediately return it. Baizhi said. Mi Tian's face still had a faint smile hanging as he shook his head, and said, Even if I lend you the heaven volume, it will likely be very hard for you to break through to great beyond realm 2. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are activated using chaos divine essence. Only then can it unleash the greatest effect. Otherwise, with the labyrinth divine palace having so many geniuses, why did it only give birth to 12 great beyond realms? The moment this was said, everyone became indignant. Baizhi snorted coldly and said, Progenitor Mi Tian, if you're not lending, so be it. Is it interesting to deceive us with these words? Mi Tian smiled and directly threw the heaven volume over. Baizhi's face was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously injected his divine essence into it. Whose? H. Plus, sure enough, his perspective underwent a change again. But compared to that marvelous feeling just now, the feeling this time was too vague. Just like the feeling earlier was clear GLA. S. But the feeling now was frosted GLA. S. With that experience previously, the experience now became extremely trash. He was not some rookie, and immediately determined that Mi Tian was not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If his cultivation realm was very low, this heaven volume would be a priceless treasure to him. But reaching his cultivation realm, this kind of vague experience was unable to rapidly improve his strength and help him reach great beyond realm. Otherwise, everyone would have been able to break through to great beyond realm. Returning to reality, Baizhi's face was stunned for a while, and he muttered, How can this be? When the others saw Baizhi's expression, they immediately understood it. How vicious! Mi Tian and Yi Yuan, this one old and one young, 2 foxes, really schemed against them badly. If it was just throwing out the heaven volume, they would not have been moved either. But with that experience earlier, it was like getting addicted to drugs, unable to stop even if they wanted to. The temptation of great beyond realm was really too great. Supreme hegemon and great beyond realm. Although they were the same cultivation realm, it was worlds apart. Mi Tian saw the few people feeling like 100 claws were scratching their hearts, and he said with a smile, Yi Yuan said that in grand bright jade, complete heaven, the heaven volume can be used without limit. He'll provide sufficient chaos divine essence to help everyone increase their strength. The heaven volume is the general outline of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It's the most important volume. With your talents, reaching great beyond realm is indeed not hard. But without chaos divine essence, it's similarly immensely difficult for you all to want to break through to great beyond realm. You guys also know that Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, is going to face enemies very soon. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to take the time to come to Void Shrine, illuminating heaven, and help you all gain enlightenment. Finished saying, Mi Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile like he had swayed everyone on his face, awaiting everyone's decision. Chapter 3081, Chaos Origin Formation. Chapter 3081, Chaos Origin Formation, the Great Migration started. This Great Migration shook the entire 33 heavens. Old Mammy Tian, is he nuts? For the sake of a divergent cultivator, he actually gave up on the entire Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. The 4 great, true spirit clans, that's the 33 heavens top faction. Back then, in their prime, the 4 symbols families all had great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort. Didn't expect that they actually fell to such a point now. Those innate chaos true spirits were born in Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. The 4 great true spirit clans' bloodlines are also most suitable for Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. They actually gave up on their land of foundation and ran to Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, that sort of low-level plane. It will definitely be incredibly difficult for their clansmen to want to break through. Just wait to see the joke. The entire dragon clan migrating, their clansmen will definitely have a lot of resentment. When they arrive at Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, this kind of team won't have combat power at all. Oh, right. There's also the Nirvanic Soul Clan and Jotian Emperor Palace. Ancestor Endless is considered to have stumbled this time. The Nirvanic Soul Clan actually completely broke away from the Chi Soul Clan this time, and they cast their lots with Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, imperishable. That old ghost has also lost his mind. The hegemon realms from the various major factions in all heavens were all discussing this great migration. Yi Yuan's monstrousness was already known to all. But whether or not he could prop up the future, everyone was not optimistic about it. After all, this was the world of the strong, not the world of geniuses. The 3 great supremacies were too strong. They were the closest people to transcending the great beyond in the 33 heavens. Geniuses only had hope of becoming a powerhouse. They were not genuine powerhouses. If they did not grow up for one day, they were still just rookies. That was all. Although the 3 great supremacies suffered severe injuries, they all had powerful factions behind them. Especially the blood race's progenitor. He created an extremely powerful race. No one knew how strong this race was at all. This was because everyone understood that what they saw was merely just the tip of the iceberg. However, the reality was different from what everyone imagined. The self-slapping law was manifested to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on the 4 great true spirit clans' powerhouses. One in Extreme Light Pavilion's SPAC, Extreme Medicine Sect. At this time, Baiji was currently following behind Yi Yuan subserviently in a very anxious manner. It was a huge array formation in front of him. Yi Yuan was currently pacing back and forth, thinking deeply. Younger brother Yi, can this really work? Drawing the eternal river's chaos to a major world. This is unheard of. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This array formation was actually already conceived by me when I was comprehending chaos. It's just that, at that time, my formation Tao was not perfected yet. That's why I didn't take action all along. Now, my formation Tao has entered origin. My cultivation realm has also entered Emperor Sakra, heaven. There's still some certainty of succeeding." Bai Ji felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said, "Then that's good. That's good. Younger brother Yi, you have to hurry up. Time waits for no one. Who knows when the blood race will come to attack Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. Senior, rest assured. I'm even more anxious than you all. But the more urgent it is, the slower it has to be done. No? Otherwise, what's delayed is everyone's cultivation realm," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Ji nodded like a rattle drum and praised repeatedly. Right. Younger brother Ye's composure is really outstanding. The intention of the drunkard lies not in the wine, having an ulterior motive. Yi Yuan naturally understood that Bai Ji was anxious to cultivate the heaven volume. When in Void Shrine, illuminating heaven, Mi Tian tossed out a heavyweight bomb. That was Yi Yuan would set up an array formation and provide a steady flow of chaos divine essence, and let everyone be able to comprehend the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Originally, Bai Ji and the rest were still worried about how to convince their clansmen. But with this, nothing was a problem anymore. And, body could resist the temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Yi Yuan comprehended chaos in the eternal river and recultivated his cultivation method. He no longer needed to enter the eternal river to comprehend anything anymore. However, he needed a steady flow of eternal river chaos to cultivate. It was just that. Going to the eternal river each time was too troublesome. Hence, that was why he thought of this idea. Entering the labyrinth divine palace this time, Yi Yuan comprehended formation Tao, origin, and witnessed the power of the number one great formation in all the heavens. It had a huge inspiration to him. He was currently using the most basic 9 array elements to construct this grand array. Yi Yuan called this grand array as Chaos Origin Formation. He would also set up a subarray in the Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's eternal river chaos. Then it would be like a channel drawing the eternal river's chaos over. And for the Extreme Light Pavilion's main formation, Yi Yuan even integrated his chaos divine essence, converting the eternal river's chaos that was drawn over into chaos divine essence. Then it pumped the chaos divine essence into the 12 heavenly Tao paintings for everyone to cultivate. This was Yi Yuan's idea. It sounded fantastical, but to Yi Yuan, it was not considered a very difficult array formation. Putting it bluntly, this was a high-level transmission array. It was just that this transmission array was a little too difficult. Ordinary formation path masters could not set up this kind of array formation at all. In this world, only Yi Yuan alone could set up this array formation, because what he gained enlightenment on was chaos divine essence. Furthermore, this eternal river's chaos could only be completed using those 9 array elements too. Ordinary formation path methods could not withstand the weight of the eternal river at all. The more the array elements, the looser the array formation would be. Using the fundamental 9 array elements to set up the array formation was the most stable. Half a year later, only to hear a loud bang. A gap directly opened up in the Extreme Light Pavilion's SPAC. The eternal river's chaos flooded like raging floodwaters. After the eternal river's chaos entered, it was directly absorbed by the Chaos Origin Formation, returning to tranquility. This feeling was like a headwater channel. Mi Zhen Longjian by Zhi Zhuobufan, and the rest trembled all over when they saw the situation. Shuabufan said with an emotional sigh, drawing the eternal river's chaos into the mortal world. This scene is really spectacular. Yi Yuan, this boy, is really unbelievably strong. While Mi Zhen was incomparably excited, as he said agitatedly, I can finally recover my strength. Ha ha ha. In the future, this grand bright jade complete heaven will be my home. Long Jian and the others were similarly extremely excited. This was because they finally had the hope of stepping to great beyond realm. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Mi Zhen was the first to go up and greet him, saying agitatedly, Yi Yuan, how is it? Can it work? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the Chaos Origin Formation is very successful. These Eternal River Chaos are currently being converted to Chaos Divine Essence in an endless stream. I've set up several hundred miniature array formations in the Extreme Light Pavilion. When you guys enter the rooms, you'll be able to gain enlightenment on the Heavenly Tao painting. Are the geniuses that your various races picked ready? Long Jian said, it's long done. Just waiting for you. Those little B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S are all already impatient from waiting. Haha, Yi Yuan brat, if this old dragon, can step into great beyond realm this time, if you say to head east in the future, I definitely won't go west. We're all one family. No need to be courteous. However, Mi Zhen, I'm still a little worried about letting you recover your strength. While talking, Yi Yuan looked at Mi Zhen. The latter only felt a chill run down his back, and he hurriedly said, Don't, Yi Yuan, I've already turned over a new leaf. I'll swear a Heavenly Tao oath right now. As long as I recover my strength, I'm willing to be your henchman for 100,000 years. I'm willing to do whatever you make me do. Chapter 3082, Blood Race Attacks. Chapter 3082, Blood Race Attacks. I say, you guys, has Ancestor gone crazy? He made Zhou Xianchen bring all the sex elites away. Zhoutian Emperor Palace is considered thoroughly finished. From now on, there are only 3 forces left in our Abysspa S Origin Grotto Heaven. Sigh, we all don't even have the qualifications to be brought away. Speaking of which, it's really heartbreaking. Haha, you want to go to Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven? That kind of low-level plane. What can you do after you go? Not a single soul around. The present Zhoutian Emperor Palace seemed somewhat withered. Although there were still half the people, these people could be said to all have been abandoned. They gathered together in 2s and 3s, and were chatting about the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's rise and fall. 3 years had said, and the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's decline was visible to the naked eye, if not for the fact that there were still supreme hegemons holding down the fort in the sect. The Zhoutian Emperor Palace would have long dispersed. Regarding Ancestor Endless' decision, they all felt that it was very absurd. But at this time, someone laughed coldly. A bunch of idiots. Everyone's expressions changed, and someone scolded angrily. Zhou Ming, although you're of the Zhou family's bloodline, you're a good-for-nothing. You can't even break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven in this lifetime. What qualifications do you have to mock us here? The Zhou family was the most ill. Try us in the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. However, the family clan was too big. There were always some people who were in a melancholic state of mind. Resources were always grasped in the hands of the minority. This Zhou Ming was also of the Zhou family's bloodline, but unfortunately his apartment, was too poor. He had already been stuck at peak Emperor Vast Heaven for many years. He exhausted all kinds of methods and could not break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven too. Being scolded a good-for-nothing, Zhou Ming was indifferent and said with a sneer, You all still don't know yet, right? That Yi Yuan can let everyone comprehend the heaven volume. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has already given birth to a number of Hegemon realm powerhouses. Zhou Xianyu, Lin Cheng, and more than 10 people have all already stepped into Hegemon realm. News came over from there. In these 3 years, the Hegemon realms that broke through in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven have reached 200. Now, some of the Hegemon realms remaining in the Jotian Emperor Palace can't sit still anymore. The moment these words came out, it directly stunned everyone. Zhou Ming was of the Zhou family's bloodline. His information channels were much more than them. They thought that half of the Emperor Palace's elites all went to the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven to court death. Who knew that such a shocking reversal actually happened? In a short 3 years, a plane actually gave birth to 200 Hegemon realm powerhouses. This number was too terrifying. But after the shock, there was endless mockery because they did not believe it at all. What? Those 2 martial uncles had been stuck in Origin Realm for 10,000 years. They just went for 3 years and broke through? Zhou Ming, do you take us all to be fools? You're using this sort of words to scare us? Yeah, Zhou Ming, come up with a draft before boasting. 200 Hegemon realm experts? Do you think that they are cabbages? Zhou Ming said disdainfully. Although I'm a good-for-nothing, I'm more well-informed than you guys. Do you all know what the heaven volume is? 12 heavenly Tao paintings. That's something that even the 3 great supremacies are moved by. Ancestor also returned with serious injuries because of it. With this sharp tool, what is helping some powerhouses who are stuck in Origin Realm to break through the fetters count as? It's just that these 12 heavenly Tao paintings didn't unleash such a terrifying effect in Ancestor Heavenless hands, too. This Yi Yuan is really remarkable. Seeing Zhou Ming saying it with certainty, everyone believed it a little more. Someone asked, "Is what you said true?" Zhou Ming smiled coldly and said, "This matter isn't some secret. The true spirit race's great migration is also for this priceless treasure. The news naturally can't be hidden. I even heard that the 4 symbols true spirit clans gave birth to dozens of Hegemon realms in these 3 years. Furthermore, several ancestor-level powerhouses are already almost breaking through to Great Beyond Realm. You all think that the Jotian Emperor Palace is hopeless. You all think that those people went to court death. They are the true winners." With this, everyone was stupefied. They knew about the Great Migration, but their information was indeed not well-informed enough. Previously, they still found it odd. Was the true spirit race all morons? To actually migrate to Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven? But now, they finally understood it. Turns out that it was actually because of this. In that case, our Jotian Emperor Palace actually made the right bet. Zhou Ming shook his head and said, "This is hard to say. If they can withstand the blood race progenitor's wrath, our Jotian Emperor Palace will be humanity's number 2 powerful sect in the future. Ancestor's decision is indeed not what the likes of us can see through." Before this, everyone had endless criticisms of Ancestor Endless' decision, but no one dared to question it. But hearing this news, everyone was shocked. Hegemon realms were too important to a faction. In reality, Ancestor Endless himself was also very shocked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually came up with a chaos origin formation and could let everyone comprehend the heaven volume. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not pay special regard to the Jotian Emperor Palace too. Regarding the elites that he sent, they entered the Extreme Light Pavilion after going through a screening. And these people all broke through. This was simply a huge pleasant surprise. When Zhou Ming got this news, it was also intentionally leaked by the upper levels. It was for the sake of boosting confidence. Everyone was currently digesting this news when suddenly the color of the sky changed. A blood-red light instantly shrouded the sky, blazing like the resplendent sunset. This blood-redness gave everyone an extremely foreboding feeling. Emen, what's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn red? I seem to smell a thick B-L-O-O-D. Why sent? Zhou Ming suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically as he said, "Not good. It's the blood race. The blood race is here to attack our Jotian Emperor Palace." Before his voice faded, it was only to see countless figures in the horizon currently flying towards the Jotian Emperor Palace. That thick B-L-O-O-D. Why energy surrounded the blood race army, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Before they approached, everyone felt an apocalyptic-like fear. Jotian Emperor Palace's powerhouses clearly felt the powerful auras flying out of the Emperor Palace one by one and looked at the arriving enemies. Ancestor, Endless Sun, Jotian Emperor Palace's master, Zhou Tianyu, appeared in front of everyone very soon. Only when everyone saw him did they calm down slightly. Jotian Emperor Palace's disciples all knew that this was the #1 person under Great Beyond, a powerhouse with half a foot stepped into Great Beyond. It was just that. There was unprecedented solemnness on Zhou Tianyu's face. Very soon, an elderly figure appeared beside Zhou Tianyu. Zhou Tianyu said in a solemn voice, "Isn't the blood race's progenitor going to attack Grand Bright Jade? Complete heaven? Why would they come to attack our Jotian Emperor Palace?" Ancestor Endless was silent for a long time before sighing heavily and said, "Most likely, they are not just here to attack our Jotian Emperor Palace. The blood race is probably going to start a war with all the heavens at the same time. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The blood race is actually already powerful to such an extent. The present blood race is likely even 100 times stronger than the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then. Looks like everyone has underestimated the blood race progenitor